friends, we are back. The only thing that I want to mention just real quick is that I myself will not be here in 2 weeks. We will still be having a fun broadcast that day, though, for anyone that wants to show up and experience something a little bit new. So that should be fun. With that said, last week you effectively dealt with a little bit of the aftermath of your successful fight against Golroj. The Cubix Ascenders, after successfully dispatching with Talos' champion and seemingly absorbing him in some way, shape, or form on Zephyr's part, you immediately issued a challenge to the seat above you, despite somewhat to the dismay of a few members of the party. Razu's gumption may be getting a little bit of the better of him. That said, the next, even later that day, you were quickly greeted with the information that the 12th seat wanted no part in that. The 11th seat wanted no part in that.
No, it wasn't.
And immediately resigned. You guys were the 12th seat, challenged by the 13th, defended your seat.
We were the 13th, challenged by the 14th. We challenged the 12th seat.
You're right. You're right.
I was right, Tree.
You messed me up the first time, to be fair. We talked about this before.
He did.
It is what it is.
I was asking what this
13th seat, you challenged the 12th seat. 12th seat instantly resigned. You now officially have the 12th seat. And then, with those news...
Didn't all the way down to 8.
With that news, your sponsor let you know that... Or, sorry, not your sponsor. The announcer let you know that not only did the 12th seat resign, the 12th through 7th seats all would resign should you elect to actually challenge them.
8 and 7 aren't currently in the city.
You're right. So 12th through 9th would all resign. 8th and 7th are not in town, and you would be on a delay if you were to challenge them. And then your options are to challenge the
6, 5, or 4.
So it's the 8th and 7th.
Are missing.
And yes, 8th and 7th are out of town. 9th, we're doing great here. 9th through 12th are willing to resign. 12th did resign. That's where we're at. He wants you to challenge either the 6th or the 5th seat. Based on your goals in Zinderhold, it was looking like the 5th seat might be the better challenge, although Tiku is not in favor of it. Tiku would very much so...
6, 5, or 4 is our options.
It was 6, 5, or 4. Technically, you can challenge any of them. It's just how aggressive do you want to go?
Guys?
You guys could just challenge Kogal. You just throw the cube down again.
Kogal literally just
Kogal.
No.
So... After having a little bit of conversation, you guys were unable to decide who you actually wanted to challenge. Some of you, Zephyr being one of the proponents, was very much so in favor of just challenging the 5th seat, as that would break you into the top 5 ranks, which would give you influence over the military of Zinderhold. However, Tiku is strongly against it. If she is going to challenge someone in the top 5, she would rather challenge the 4th, passing over the 5th, as it seems that she has a friend that currently holds the 5th seat. After a little bit of conversation, you figured out a little bit more about Gerbu and the kobolds that hold the seat, although not that much info was given. Tiku had a very brief reunion with them just following the fight, or at least with some of her previous clanmates, and then a story afterwards that you had threatened them and effectively issued challenges to them were now quickly spreading through Zinderhold. Unsure of what may be going on there, Zephyr elected to send Zestaria on a little bit of an information gathering spree, as much as she was able to collect. In the first day, she was able to get give you a little bit of information, mainly on Gerbu, and then left again and has not returned since, as she's looking for more information. Maybe she's dead. Who knows? From there, Tiku was finally able to get Gerbu to agree to a meeting, which, from where we're starting now, despite how I ended last session, is now 3 days from now. We have a couple individuals who already know what they're going to be doing during these 3 days. At this point, you could switch it back to everyone, Trinity. Razu is going to be experimenting for the bit of this 3 days, seeing if he can't make additional potions out of his blood. Tiku is still communing with the Packer, as well as working to help build a sweets empire for her new friend Till, as that relationship still continues to bud a little bit, despite what was a fairly rough experience for him the day prior. Gurgle is spreading songs and effectively working to bolster the reputation for the Cubix swords.
Just one song.
Cubix swords. Cubix Ascenders. Cubix sword is where you guys will be meeting him. And then I actually forgot to and then Kane is practicing his rune weaving.
Basically just trying to get better at it.
Yes. And then Zephyr has something that he wants to do in addition to this, but currently actually that is what you were starting with. That's what you're doing in 3 days, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're actually going to go to what Zephyr's doing in just a second.
I just meant to send you a Discord message.
Okay. So, to start going into that 3 days, Zephyr, you wanted to go to your room to
converse with myself.
Converse with your inner demons, I guess you could say.
Inner
so,
orcs.
After dealing...
I do all through prayer, as Zephyr does.
Okay, so after dealing with the aftermath of whatever the situation that seems to surround Till's mother, with her being brought back as an undead, and she has now been laid to rest. Effectively, this would be going into. This would be the next day. So we're going to say, for the sake of this, we're going to start the day after that, just because I kind of messed up how we ended last session. We're going to start the next day. So going into that day, Zephyr, how do you pray?
Karma has spoken.
One sec.
Feel like I still pray to Riveron. That's just kind of how I try to reach for my inner soul, effectively, and then just kind of fill it out from there.
Okay. So I am still going to have you go ahead and make a religion check to start.
That is an 18.
18. Okay, so the beginning of your prayers, effectively waking up and doing your morning routine, morning ritual is what I'd say, praying to Riveron. The first hour goes as you would expect, to where, unfortunately, in more recent times, the presence of Riveron is definitely seemingly almost completely absent. But something you notice is as you pray over the course of that hour, there is definitely a clear presence that has replaced Riveron. Unfortunately, this one is not comforting, however. Whereas Riveron, in how he had shielded you when you first started to interact with the power of Talos, and it felt almost like a friend protecting you and having a shield around you, this sense and the presence that's around you instead almost feels like someone's over your shoulder. Almost like wrapping their arms around you like a cage, like you cannot leave. What the heck is that noise? I don't know if anyone...
Yeah, I heard
Wait,
that.
Alexa is on, and she's listening to us.
Oh,
Yes.
that makes sense.
Yes, that is what... Sorry, Alexa is talking to us from under the table.
Walls.
That threw me off really bad. God. So it is almost as if you're being held in like a bird cage. While there's no words, there's very much so an overbearing presence. And coming to the end of that hour, to where you're trying to almost figure out at least how you can communicate with that presence, whether it's to push them away or to see if you might be able to bring it back to what is the familiar feeling that you're used to. You're greeted for the first time in a while when praying with an actual voice. As you hear, "Isn't that kind of blasphemous?" As you kind of like open up your eyes. Don't know.
Do I recognize the voice?
You have heard it, although this is seemingly a lot more calm version of the times that you've briefly interacted with Golrosh before actually fighting him.
I mean, you did eat him.
It's not blasphemous when it's the original source of the power.
I would argue that the original source of something means nothing in the face of the current source. It's like looking to drink water from a lake that has long since been dried up and dammed off. You will find naught but dirt. Maybe some dead fish. I can't imagine that would leave a pleasant taste for one.
I have a question. Why did you follow Talos?
Why did I follow Talos?
He promised you power.
No. He promised me safety. The
Look
lie
where
that
you
he
are.
now seems to have perpetuated for you.
I'm not looking for safety.
Well, not for me. I never cared about me. I always thought that I would die in some spectacular way. Unfortunately, that didn't play out right. No. It was protection for her. For my friends who... You know, I truly cared for them at one point. I wonder where it lost.
Do you still have this friend?
No. I killed him myself. It was a sign of good faith. And yes, for that, he promised me power. Seems he wore me away over time. You'd think that I'd have more direction being as close as I was. Well, I was kind of just going through the motions.
Do you regret anything?
No. Which surprises me when I think about what I've done. It is weird. The blade that I cut so deeply with is not but a dull nail now. Doubt it could be even hammered through wood. No, I can't say I care about anything really. Even the attachment I had to power is seemingly fading away, like this box I now find myself in.
Alright. Something that's always struck me odd about Talos. How did he get power from 3 gods? From what I understand, you should only be able to usurp one.
That's because that's how the natural way of things is supposed to work. There is a reason that law and order has always been the dragons. Chaos, the black dragon. Lies, the, I don't even know what to call that man, actually. The spawn of Asmodeus, at one point I thought he was a tiefling, but the most recent time I saw him, it was disturbing. And also worth noting, the change in voice that was almost a little bit deeper, that has gone almost more refined, that is intentional, and that is something that you, as Zephyr, would actually notice. It is almost as if he's becoming more, not only more like calm in the way he speaks, like less gutter to his voice, but in addition to that, it's almost as if he's becoming more scholarly, is the way that he seems. His response is taking more of like a well-versed tone. But to answer your question, I don't know exactly how he does it, but he intends to do it again. And again. And again. Seeing things from a new perspective makes this all very interesting, honestly. Little did I know, when I thought I sat firmly in at least made a knight, or the seat of a king, beneath a god, I've learned that I was nothing more than a pawn to him the whole time. This is a fascinating room.
And you mentioned being stuck in a box.
Yes. It's interesting. It's familiar, yet so alien. I think I can see my home. But I burned it down. The fields, I should say the rocks. Again, alien, yet so familiar. The last time I visited them, they were destroyed. Canyons carved by my own hand. But this is a pleasant place. I could rest here.
Okay, so this is all just going on in my head, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm just
Nope.
like deep in thought. Okay. Okay. I feel like I need to open my eyes and look around the room myself.
As you open your eyes, your prayer being now a little bit more so
Yeah.
interrupted by this conversation. Empty room. There's a bed, a stand, nicer room, some clothing that is. Sorry, as you're in your garments for the evening, your day clothes, leaning on a dresser.
I just want to look in the mirror real quick.
As you
Just
get
make
up,
sure
and,
everything looks normal.
as you get up and you look into the mirror. Your skin is slightly off. Zephyr has always been at least a little bit pale. That said, currently, your skin almost is like undead in its color. It's like a light blue almost. Your hair is a deep red.
I think we're going to talk later. And then I'm just going to try to shut that voice out for a bit.
You almost, it's almost as if you have an additional thought, and like you're like, okay, this is my last thought on this subject, before realizing that this thought actually didn't come from you. It's instead a thought that almost seems to have been parted to you, of just later, forever, maybe never. That's just the last thought you get.
Go to sleep for a bit.
After finishing his morning prayer.
Like I'm just, that was mentally taxing, and I'm trying to
He's
come
like sitting in his bed,
like,
he's
think
got
about
his
it.
eyes
Like,
open, it's all bloodshot. Sleep. One little sheep, two little sheep.
Zephyr for that morning tries to get a little bit more rest, as that was just the morning. What else are you going to be doing for the 3 days? And then I'm going to go through and actually have people roll for their different elements to what they're doing.
probably have morning chats still with him if I can. But it'll probably go around the same thing. I'm just trying to like gauge the merging of personalities that feels it's going on here.
Okay. First thing that you know that's very easy to determine is, apart from that first morning, you've looked normal. Your hair has the blue and white color that it has been. Your skin is back to the paler complexion. However, definitely not that light blue, almost undead-like skin. That seemed to have only been that moment. Even when you woke up from the nap that you would have taken just right afterwards, you seemed back to normal. And as you effectively continue to have conversations with him, a couple of things you notice over these 3 days. First of which, even when not talking with him, as you've mainly only talked with him in the mornings for these few days, you periodically find yourself with a thought that very much so is like, it almost seems like an intrusive thought that you had, whereas for you normally, you just be like, oh, weird, and then you just kind of block it out. But you only realize after the intrusive thought has happened, in some cases where you almost act on the intrusive thought, like you feel like it is your own intent, but then you stop and you're like, no, why would I even think that? And then you realize, I didn't think that. And throughout the 3 days, they're minor things. Just when you go to eat your food, you're going to start with taking a bite of bread before you take a drink. But instead, you find yourself reaching for the drink opposite to what you would normally do. Just slight variations.
Now I freaking just bipolar.
As far as the conversations go, you find that you seem to almost be talking to someone who's lost, or funnily enough, it kind of would be...
So what is this intrusive thought, by the way, specifically?
As of right now, the intrusive thoughts that you're having are more so just... It is almost as if they're challenging just daily things that you do.
Okay.
For example, again, when you go to eat, the order by which you eat your food changes. the pace at which you eat your food changes.
Like you normally put your robes on with your right arm first, but this time you put it in your left.
Except for the fact that you're missing an arm, so that analogy doesn't
or-
work. But
Yeah.
but yes, you normally put like your left boot on first,
I used
and now you're
to
starting
make
with your
sure
right.
I always put my right on first.
But with that being the
Forgot
case,
about that part.
it's nothing severe to where like these are hostile. But as of right now, it is just like your normal way of living isn't altered to where it's not something you would still do these things, but the way you do them is almost slightly changed or challenged.
Okay.
Apart from that, the small conversations you have in the morning, really it's more of the same. He refers to. He seems to be.
And does he
feel like
remember the previous conversation?
No. Every time you talk to him, it's like you have a new conversation. There are bits and pieces that as you reference, like for example, as you reference a question of like how is Talos consuming more gods, as you like kind of quizzically asking the same question, and he'll start in the same way and then be like, I feel like I've done this before. Wait, this road is the same, but that one's new. And it almost seems as if the impression that you get is he's almost trapped in a field. At times, he seems to talk about going to his hometown, but he can never make it. He seems to want to go to the mountains, look for the caverns that he's dug, or canyons, that he's created. But he always seems to end up back to when you talk to him in the morning, he is back in the middle of a field. He'll reference his town in the distance, the surprise at the lack of the gouts in the ground.
Okay. So, this is going to be an ongoing thing. I'm going to stick with the small conversations for a while, but the idea is to kind of get to know him as a person, his motives, even maybe before Talos. So those conversations pop up. You can have him be like just in the background, or we can actually do them at times. That's up to you.
Okay.
And then at some point, I'll probably try extending how long I do the conversations to see how that affects things, but that'll be later.
Okay. So for the time
Maybe
being,
when I'm trapped alone where I won't kill people.
for the time being, you have these oddball, almost seeming like one-off conversations, just due to the fact that it almost seems like you have to restart every time. But yeah, other than that, is there anything else in particular that you'd be doing, or past that? Is
so that
because that would be mainly in like the mornings,
and then we set
a
up
little bit throughout.
Set up the meeting.
Then you also posted a job or a job help wanted.
So Kane, you still have the cube on you, right?
I do.
Probably keep that away from me for a bit. You're okay with holding on to that. I'm not sure with the new powers, as I kind of just like make a little bit of like red lightning come out. I'm not sure with my new powers if I might be tempted to do something with that.
Do I do the same with Gurgo? As he is.
I believe Gurgle's fine. His the motives of the primordial he serves is
Still unknown, though.
yes, but most it's going to want is to destroy the cube, which is effectively what we're trying to do, anyways.
We're trying to release the cube, not
We're trying to
destroy it.
release the thing in the cube,
Yes.
which I think that's the only way we're going to destroy it is by releasing it. But I think Gargle's fine. I think Tiku probably is dangerous. Tiku, she's not very familiar with arcane, and Razu, he seems very unstable right now. So if you can keep hold of it for the time being, I believe everyone else should be okay with that. We'll just let them know that you have it. It's also got runes on it, and you've been trying to learn about those. So if you inspect it carefully,
But I witnessed the creation of this thing. Experimenting with the cube at all is going to be extremely dangerous until I know a lot more what I'm doing.
I'm not saying experiment, but you can study it. There's, let's see here. Do you have the ability to cast minor illusion?
Probably not. I don't think I have any illusion spells. No, I'm not a fan of the illusory version of magic. It's
believe Gurgle can cast it. Can you?
Are you talking about minor illusion?
Yeah. Oh, you can't? Oh, I thought you'd be able to have it.
Only adept illusions.
Nope. No illusions. Just invisible mage hands.
Okay.
I'm more along the lines of physical manifestations.
Yes, I was just trying to find a way you could study it without directly interacting with it. It's typically docile unless you hear it start humming at you. You can study it carefully. Just
I should be able to find out a way.
and try not to stare at it for too long. You stare at it for too long, the runes can tend to pull you in.
I did witness the creation of the cube. I am aware of the dangers.
If you ever do get pulled into it, though, you should see if you can find our giant friend. He should be hanging out in there somewhere.
Perhaps I could actually have a conversation with this gatekeeper, as he seems to be gaining more and more sentience the more coins we find.
I believe he can't talk yet.
Gogo said he had a conversation with him.
Yeah, that's confusing. I'm not sure what's going on there. Just don't bank on it. Right. So that conversation happens,
Not gonna
and
medicate.
then
So you have a
I
question?
don't. I think Zephyr is just. I don't know if Zephyr. Yeah, let me go up my inventory. Move on to someone else. I'll tell you.
Rudar's sword, is that still in the cube? I assume that was tempting, but that was
No, so when he almost used the sword like a key when he placed it into the cube. So the cube was a little bit larger, and then when he placed it in, he almost like and sunk it into it. The sword was fully absorbed into it.
Okay, so the sword's gone.
Yes, Rudar's sword was absorbed by the cube. When
You do not get a
whenever he had
badass arcane sword.
activated whatever the magic that he had utilized was, his sword seems to have been
I was actually
absorbed.
trying to turn it into you, but
Nate's like,
I didn't realize it got absorbed, so sucks to be you.
Okay, so with that,
I was not banking on that sword at all.
There's no way you was giving us that. I know that we were looking at doing a couple rolls, but both as a little bit of a refresher and because we had retconned it just a little bit, I'm gonna have each of you roll. Actually, I'm gonna have all three of you guys roll for what you guys are doing. So building your Sweets Empire, you're just gonna be doing. Excuse me. You're gonna have. So you're gonna make a cooking check, culinary check, and then you have an additional check as well, and that is going to be for ideas for different sweets that you guys are able to come up with based on the materials that are available within Zinderhold.
Sweet glory. I finally get to roll my
I'm going to let you roll for both of them. For the culinary check, that's obviously you, and then for the second one, which is effectively going to be like, this is just general intelligence. I would say you could use history. Till has a +2 to history, so it's whatever's bigger between yours and his. So you're gonna be 2 checks: culinary,
History?
and then a history check. Till's is a +2. You can use
Okay.
his as he's working with yours, or if yours is higher, you can use yours.
Nope, his is higher.
Okay, so culinary check,
that's me dancing.
and then history check, which you'll have a +2 on. And then while you're rolling that,
So I was just wanting, during my process, I would just like to have a conversation with a girl, probably before we roll, because it might influence. I don't think it will, but it might.
Before you roll or before I roll?
yes,
Probably
this is going to be at the
before.
start of that. Then, so again, we're picking this up to where we're going on the start of that next day for sake of currency. You can keep the roll, just chill.
I got it twice in a row. It's fate.
What was the thing that with the new
I
edition?
mean, you can roll. It shouldn't affect yours, but
Hold for just 1 second. What was that to you?
What's the thing with the new edition? Like, if you get advantage on things that you're.
If you are both proficient
So
in
if you're
the
proficient
tool
with the tool
and the
stat that
and the
rolls.
stat, you get advantage on the roll.
But I think he overruled that.
How
I
do
think
you
he
have-
said that you just get double.
I think
how do
it
you
was
have
just-
proficiency in intelligence?
I think he overruled it, and he said you just get double proficiency.
Yes, because I personally like that more. I'm open to this. We can have a real quick conversation about this. The reason I like that more, just doing double proficiency rather than just
already
giving advantage,
ridiculously
is
high
because
plus.
if you're going to have a higher plus, which is typically going to be better. Also, if you're working with somebody else who's good, that gives the opportunity to roll with advantage. Whereas if you do it the other way, that's just it. It can never be altered.
What
That's
if
just
you
the
already
rule.
have expertise?
You get expertise twice. You get expertise for the tool and expertise for the stat.
Or if you had
So what do you mean
proficiency
by
and
the
expertise,
stat?
you get
Does
expertise.
stat mean like
and then
saving
proficiency.
throw?
What
Stat?
happens if I had double?
No,
Yeah,
it's all
So you
crafting
would
is
get-
now tied to a
You
stat.
do one
yeah.
voice. That would be double expertise.
So cooking would
I
be
had double
like
expertise
survival.
and proficiencies.
What about triple
If you
expertise?
have
So-
expertise,
There is no such thing as triple expertise.
So if
Chill.
you're proficient with the tool and then like survival for cooking.
correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
You
so
would be
not
able
like
to add both
is-
your.
okay, and then
So in that
then-
case, that would mean that you get your proficiency modifier twice.
So you could get just
And
plus
what
20
stat is
just
that?
having
Just
expertise in two
straight up.
things.
What stat is that for alchemy?
Intellect.
Yes,
doesn't
I know
mean
it's
you're
intelligence,
a
but I'm
really
saying
high
like
plus, but
which
that's actually
check
part of the
would you have
crafting, though.
proficiency in
It's
to
just
get
part of the-
So
effectively
I already
double
have
proficiency?
expertise, so I
You need
get
to
it
stop
again.
talking over each other.
So I get another 10.
No, because you don't
Are
have
you
expertise with both.
expertise in both, or are you proficient
No, I
in
have
both?
proficient in both.
Then you just get whatever your proficiency is times 2.
Yeah, it's just plus.
But I already have but I have expertise in cooking.
So you get expertise in one,
Plus 5.
and then plus
Plus 5.
normal in one.
Okay, plus 5.
Yes.
It would either be investigation or arcana.
Thank you.
In the case of yours, I would actually say, depending on what you're doing, it would either be nature or
Or
arcana.
medicine?
Nature is poison. If
I feel like medicine would have a lot to do with
if you're making
potions and
any
stuff.
kind of
but-
poison, it's nature.
The answer is no. It's either nature or arcana, depending on the materials you're working with for your alchemy.
Anyway, continue on.
That checks out for alchemy for sure. Because poisons are nature. I know for a fact because they tell you when you're building a rogue out, nature is for any kind of poison crafting.
It's good because I'm proficient in that stat.
Okay. So now, before hold off on and tell me what your roll is. Have your conversation.
So, Gurgle, you've been messing with arcanic runes, yes?
No, I don't think they're arcane runes.
Arcanic magic? Whatever.
I don't know if they're
giant did?
arcane in nature at all. I think they're something different, but they're magic.
Regardless. I had a dream about the games and how this blood hunter serum interacts with objects. Turned a twig into a
Man-eating tree?
living creature.
Man-eating tree.
Almost. You
Yeah,
probably could.
We already know that. That was in my whole forest. That was the whole situation was because they were experimenting with your blood in the forest.
What if you could guide it with these runes? You could make sentient structures.
That would be weird.
So I'm
Why would somebody want to do this? Even if
Like-
it were theoretically possible.
we're talking Usopp Rorschach. He's a golem, sentient golem,
Right.
I mean, that's highly debatable.
but he like has a program. Like you could almost create life. You could create new species.
Yeah, that didn't work so well in the forest.
Point is, Gurgle, I've been thinking of running experiments. And was wondering if you would like
You're always thinking
to
about
be
it.
a part.
I don't know if I want to create mutant frogs, but
That's the best part. We wouldn't have to do it on sentient creatures. We could experience on objects.
and this is how the flood was born.
Regardless of if you join me, I will be dabbling. If they're interested, just let a friend know.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. It's not like I can slap a rune on a stick and Give it a brain.
We'll work on that. That's the point.
Also, my knowledge of these runes is very rudimentary.
So is mine on what the serum is capable of.
Well, I mean, I guess if it's just sticks, I'm open to it.
What's the worst that can happen?
Then for
We make the flood.
for the 3 days I would
Zombie apocalypse
be going.
starts.
I'd be letting
No,
him do his,
this is
his
straight up
thing with the
dessert.
arm, and
We are the
that's just
Protoss
information I will use
experimenting.
later.
Vegetarian.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
make the Zerg.
Go ahead and roll. You're experimenting with your own blood, so this is nature. What'd you get, Tiku?
Whole bunch of ichas.
Tico got 35 for her cooking check.
I'm not allowed to use Can You Recall.
No.
35 and a 17 for the history.
Dang.
Yeah, I rolled 15 on my history. and
With
18
the-
on my cooking.
With this being
Although I
like,
feel like I need to reread this song because I feel like people got a misconception about how bad this song is.
Just hand it to me. I'll post it on.
And,
I'll post it on the Facebook thing.
We'll put it on a rock band cover.
and was I adding like double proficiency for alchemy
if I was better at creating
plus
tunes-
nature?
Stop talking over each other. We're doing this a lot. Okay, what was your question?
So I would get the nature plus, and I would get a proficiency plus because I'm proficient with alchemy tools. What I got from that?
Yeah, so if you're proficient with nature, you're proficient with alchemy tools, you double proficiency.
24.
24. Okay. I gave you a 45, Tiku, instead of a 30.
You've never even had me roll for what I
she'll
learned
accept a 45. It's fine.
out of my
Yeah,
grandpa's book,
45,
by the
totally.
way.
I can totally roll that.
Totally.
I've barely been reading
He
this since
guided you.
Gongilly, and you've never had me roll for it, so I don't know what the hell I've learned from it.
True. It's because you missed 2 weeks in a row where we would have done it, and I forgot to do so. So,
So if I know anything, you're gonna have to tell me because I don't know shit.
we're going to get back to that. For the time being, what'd you get for your proliferation check?
Performance.
It's performance. I was trying just he's trying to get your guys' image out there.
31.
31.
Even better than last time.
Okay. So my word was right, wasn't it?
I've never heard it before. No.
Okay. So
Just for context, everyone,
Proliferation just
I
means
rolled a
increased
natural
numbers.
20 at the end of last session for that performance, but he made me re-roll it this session, and I got another natural 20. So
he did in fact do that. He rolled after we finished the last session. He was like, "You see my roll?" I was like, "That's cool. That doesn't count because you got to do it while we're playing." So he had to re-roll,
he's
and he got it
using
again.
weighted dice.
True, the same weighted dice that allowed him to hit almost nothing when they fought Gold Roche.
yeah, we don't talk about that.
checks.
Okay.
We don't talk about that.
Okay, so the results of your days, Tiku, you and Till are very much so able to quickly start to make a name for yourself around the Bloody Chalice. You're able to set up effectively. You almost get it to the point where even by like the third day, you have people that are coming around effectively asking like, "Hey, we had heard about some new delicacies that are being made on this floor." Even individuals from seemingly higher floors seem to be hearing about this and coming down to partake in these. Between the two of you, you guys, even after the material cost, you are able to make 15 gold and 9 silver. That's what it's worth.
Ooh.
From cooking alone.
From selling sweets that they are quickly able to build a name for.
Zephyr, Tico made some shiny rocks.
What do you mean by shiny rocks?
Does it have
She's
people's
holding out a handful of gold and silver coins.
Does it have people's souls in it?
It's called money.
Shiny rocks, yes.
It's fine. I'll take care of it. How much was it?
15 gold, 9 silver.
15 gold, 9 silver. Okay.
And as it's culinary, we're also going to say 6 copper because you'd be selling small amounts of you'd be selling them for smaller prices. For you, Gurgle, you are definitely able to start to spread a bit of a name. In fact, I would say that along with the job posting that you guys have made for effectively help wanted to continue to climb the ranks, you're able to not only spread the name a little bit in addition, but due to the lyrics of your song, you are start to almost be recognized, or at least whispers are starting to be heard that you're able to capture the perception that you have of like, I thought Razu was the leader of that group. I swear that's how they were registered. And effectively you start to call into question, at least amongst the rumors of Zinderhold, who actually is the leader of the Cubix Ascenders.
Stealing your glory.
For you, Razu, as you continue to experiment on your blood, mixing it with some of the alchemic tools that you currently have, while you're not able to create something new, like not any kind of like a new blood maledict, which is what you had mentioned previously of effectively looking for new ways to utilize it, due to what you had talked to Gurgle about and the new intrigue in it, with a little bit of experimentation, you are able to determine in that time that you are able to alter the composition, the elemental composition of materials utilizing your blood. In fact, as you separate out your blood and you're able to get more of that concentrated white liquid that you've never quite figured out what it is, but that had poisoned some creatures but seems to meld with you, whenever you're actually able to properly split that out from your blood, which is definitely difficult to do, it seems very compatible with you and very much mixes with your blood. That compound, whatever it is, specifically is what seems to do it. Your blood, while it does have additional, we'll say, genetically superior components to it that you're able to validate via testing, the thing that can actually seemingly edit the compound that actually makes up effectively just different substances does seem to be that white blood vial potion, whatever it might be. Still haven't quite figured it out. Not only that, but as you continue to experiment specifically utilizing yourself, you realize that you also seem to be able to slightly edit the genetic makeup of your own flesh. It's very, very subtle on you, just due to the fact that it seems to it alters, but then your body seems to adapt and absorb anytime you're able to actually get enough of the blood out to get enough of a concentrated compound to test. If you truly wanted to see how much it could edit genetic structure, you'd have to test it on something that isn't quite as compatible.
And then after figuring some of that out, could I look at the poison that Squawk gave us during the whole Prince party thing? He gave us vials of poison that was super effective. Like, one drop this, you're dead. Mm-hmm. I've kept that.
You had 3 uses, one of which you used, I believe. Mm-hmm. So you have 2 left.
Can I, over this time period, effectively, probably consuming a use, confirm whether or not this poison is an adaptation of that, basically resulting in you saying, like, it can change compositions. So I'm trying to figure out if it works like a poison, how I'm thinking it probably did, as is he's figured out a composition of how to put this to make a living organism.
You got a 24?
Die effectively.
You got a 24, right?
I don't know how to word that better.
Yes.
Yeah.
As you are experimenting along that vein of along that train of thought, and you start to mess with it, you find is Razu willing to experiment on not living, but like effectively the idea that you have
Limbs that are out in the streets
is that there's a lot of people that die. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. So you're able to acquire some disposed with, unfortunately, we'll say losers in Zinderhold. At least get some pieces of them. And I am going to say it's going to use a charge of your poison, so you're only going to have 1 left. And you are able to determine that, yes, it is a variation or an alteration of whatever that that liquid that turned you into what you are.
So specifically, he altered it in a way that makes it less compatible.
The way that he altered it is actually it's almost as if he figured out how to, for lack of a better word, how to program it or how to set it up in a way that as soon as it enters a bloodstream, it mixes with the blood and effectively convinces the body to shut down or mutates the body to start to close arteries and close veins. You're also able to determine from this would not be a pleasant way to die. This isn't like a poison where you poison them and they die in their sleep. This is like you poison them and they start to bleed from every orifice in their body as their veins and arteries burst. Kind of poison.
Okay. Then last thing, do the 3-week period, sorry. This will just be a real quick conversation. In my room, night, obviously alone.
So, Squawk, you said you'd always be here. Do you know what I lost? What did Bane take from me? I'm finding myself rather curious.
Make a history check.
May I use Kenku Recall?
For this, yes.
25.
25. All right, pull up a note. Okay. As effectively you speak with yourself in the mirror, hoping to have some kind of an interaction response from Squawk.
You look good. No, you look good.
Not exactly that way. A rather uneventful 30 minutes goes by. After a good amount of time waiting and hoping that he would respond, or maybe even you'd get something from, or perhaps Bane, or some kind of answer to what you might have lost. You eventually get to the point where, unfortunately, you don't think that there is anything that they'd be able to give. If Squawky is still there, he's ignoring you, not present, can't talk, don't know entirely. Bane definitely doesn't seem to respond to this kind of inquiry. With that one, as you were looking at late at night, you go to rest for the evening. But rather than waking up effectively ready for the next day, you are instead met with a dream. That upon waking, you're unsure if it was a dream. It's a familiar scene. You can see Squawk seemingly above you, apologizing. Thanks.
Sorry, boys. I can only say it one.
And then he seems to turn and he starts to walk away. You it's almost as if you feel as if you sit up slightly, or you like lean up to where you can look and you can see where normally whenever you'd seen this or remembered bits of this, it was almost as if your vision cut. It almost bled to white, to where you could no longer see what on the outside of the room. But as you kind of lean up, you realize you can see more of the room. Or better said, what appears to be more of like a warehouse, where once there was almost just white emptiness, now seems to be gray stone. A little bit of a deeper gray, a little bit more broken down. No windows. The only light in the room seems to be a few candles that are burning quite brightly despite their size, that seem to illuminate what is a roughly about a 20-foot cubed room. And you kind of like look and you see Squawk go to the door. He seems to greet another small bird, another small kinku. Feathers are white with almost tips of gray. As he walks up, he places his hand on his shoulders, and the small kinku goes,
Is he going to be okay? Can you save him?
To which Squawk responds, says,
Yes. I will save the brother you remember. I will make sure that all our memories are those of happiness.
And the small bird with the almost gray-tipped feathers seems to like look past him, and you see what is yellow eyes that have a white slit, almost like a reversed cat eye. And he looks past. He goes,
Okay. That says you're gonna get better. I hope we can play again soon. Sleep well.
and they both walk out. And you wake up. A tear in one of your eyes. And quickly kind of rode off. And again, what was that? That was a bit of a weird dream. You've seen the beginning of that before. Who is the white bird? And why do you feel like you care for her?
Her or him?
Her. And that is what you wake up to. You had something you were going to ask before we went into that.
I was just going to say I was actually going to do what Zephyr suggested and try and mess with the cube a little bit, if that's something I could do.
What are you trying to do with it?
So basically, I would be making certain that Malrith was summoned and capable of interacting with me in case I get lost. I don't think I will, but just in case. And what I basically want to do is I want to, utilizing my knowledge of how this cube was created, I just basically want to actually inspect this cube, similar to like looking at a completed math problem, just basically try and figure out how it was made. I'm not trying to be drawn into the cube. I'm not even trying to enter the cube at all. I'm just trying to see what the cube is.
Okay. You are still going to need to make a wisdom saving throw as you are focusing into the cube.
Natural 20 for a 30.
Definitely going to be all right. As you study the different aspects, the hundreds of sides to each of these sides of this cube, as you feel like you're starting to find answers on individual pieces of it. In one way, it almost seems like it's a device that allows you to, in essence, predict the future or predict outcomes. You quickly find yourself at the end of those outcomes, with many of them that you're able to research even in this little time, almost studying these different possibilities, not entering them and exploring them, but instead seeing almost like small snippets. And you realize as you study this, especially keeping very firm grasp on your bearings, thus being able to stay of quite the steady mind, some of these endings aren't possible. Not feasibly possible, at least. We're talking like 1/100 of a 10% of a chance that this outcome could happen. And a lot of them actually do seem almost extraneous to the point of erroneous.
Is there any outcomes that are just physically impossible? Like literally could not exist?
You wouldn't be able to determine that simply. Effectively, you wouldn't have the mental capacity to truly be able to determine it. To you, yes, very much so. In terms of how King would process it, or like mentally, like this isn't possible. Like the percentage is so
astronomically,
infinitesimally small that it's like this isn't even a realistic thing. And effectively, what that brings you to the conclusion of, this isn't a device for actually predicting the future. This is a recording device
that has already recorded the future.
It seems to be that this is not predicting the future. This is seemingly seeing every potential and simply records them and can show them to you. And this is also how it seems as you continue to study it. The reason that you were able to almost go back is that same kind of magic that has now been captured in this cube. It is almost as if this cube is almost like a book, but rather than just being a book with a single story, it is a book with an infinite number of endings, and it is simply almost as if it's a record box.
Can I? Oh, this is dangerous, but can I try and go back to the beginning, aka the origin, with the cube, and basically try and just witness the origin?
So what I'll tell you, and then you can decide. As you got a 30, is you're continuing to study this cube, and you start to go and you realize that a lot of these like futures that you're looking at, these recorded possibilities, the vast majority of what you can see on a surface level seems to be potential futures, to the point that it seems that from an outside perspective, the futures or possibilities, the histories that you can observe, are the most erroneous. They're the most unlikely or the most impossible. And you're able to determine that if you truly want to find more likely scenarios, possible actual histories, or the most prevalent, actual physical histories, there would be no way to do it while inspecting the cube. That would very much so you would have to be willing to venture within the cube.
I'll hold off for now, but I'm definitely curious.
Okay. So that's what we got for the 3 days. Except for, I think you look like you had
I'm
one
making
thing.
scrolls.
Fair enough. Dever is making scrolls for the 3 days.
I'm following the charts and I'm spending the money.
So now we're going to go to the end of the 3-day period where you guys are going to the higher floor to actually go to the Cubix sword, which seemingly disappeared from a lower level, but has now reappeared on a higher floor.
Wasn't there? What? Sorry. Wasn't there also something about Theric getting back to us?
Oh yeah.
Within a few days, we don't actually know.
A request was made of Theric to potentially build a base for a prosthetic. Kelmia did say that she would help to push through, or help get that pushed through effectively. However, exact time frame on when he's going to respond, she said a few days at best. So,
okay.
While yes,
That's at minimum.
You are expecting some kind of a response, how quickly that response is going to come, you have no idea.
It's going to be a pain in the butt to turn pages while I write in this
Not
on
yet.
spell scrolls.
Answer is not yet.
Okay, so with that, coming to the end of the 3 days, you would all gather up, head to the higher floor to meet with Gerbu at the Cubix sword. First thing that you guys noticed upon actually coming to the higher floor, one thing, while not quite to the level that you would that you, Zephyr, especially would know, the higher floors you go, the more, the less people you see, the more abandoned that it almost seems. Not to say that the stature or the size or even the grandeur of Zinderhold decreases with each floor. It's very much so more so like it's reserved. It very much gives you the idea of like, if you have a noble city, you'll have the common folk that live in buildings that are very close together, and then you'll find a noble home with miles of land around it. So for the rest of you, as this would be one of the first times you're really going up in floors, you find it the same thing. Less individuals, and the individuals up here, unlike with normal cities though, they don't necessarily seem more classy, they seem stronger. These are very much so individuals who not only very much so seem to have more of like a imposing presence, but in addition to the presence that they pose, they seem more respectful of each other. Very much so seems to come off as you go higher. The more respect is given to other fighters, not necessarily because they seem to really like each other, but it's like a healthy respect of these people don't want to fight other people on these levels because of what these fights can induce. With that, you guys already had your instruction on how to reach the Cubix sword, so it actually does not take you long. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Cubix sword, the first thing you notice is it definitely looks a bit different from before. Before it almost looked like the beginning of a cross that was then built into a wall. The structure now almost just seems like it almost looks like a trailer. It is still made out of that same almost moldable substance upon actually walking up to the door, but rather than having it branch off into the T, again, it is almost as if it's just a single rectangle that almost seems like it's been placed in the middle of what was a massive hall. It almost looks like this was a training hall that somehow this building has suddenly spawned in. Another thing you noticed, whatever the cat-like creatures, the Watchers, as Agal had actually called them, don't seem to be present. As you look at the door and you look, there's actually a physical door on the Cubix sword, rather than what almost appeared to be the picture from before. And there's no Watcher standing guard.
We're just going to assume that they're there and they will laser beam us as soon as we walk in, right?
Why would they laser beam us?
Just worried about just ready in case we die.
It's a safe assumption.
Also, what's a laser beam?
pew pew.
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Have you not seen the spell disintegrate? That's what a laser
There's a
beam
spell
is.
called disintegrate.
Yes.
It is
I was-
actually quite powerful.
I was born in a swamp.
I can get you a book if you want. It's got a lot of graphic scenes of it though. Most of them are turned to ash instantly.
Technically speaking, we do have
Beholders have disintegrate most of the time too.
We
lot of
do-
stories
What's a
of that.
beholder?
Big giant eyeball creature with ice ducts that shoot beams everywhere. Of energy.
We do have the rules of the Colosseum keeping us safe.
Sounds pretty
Seats
cool.
are not allowed to fight amongst each other.
What if we killed one of
Oh
those?
no, I wasn't worried about the seat killings. I was worried about the furniture.
Would we?
Okay, let's go.
Would we be awesome if we killed one of those?
Knock on the door.
Beholders are terrifying beasts.
We're pretty terrifying. I guess they're opening the door.
I mean, I knocked on it.
As soon as you knock on the door, it almost, in response to you knocking on it, seems to and pops. Doesn't completely open. It just seems to almost.
We're
It's almost as
here.
if a wind current had almost cracked the door.
Did you say Packer?
I said a guard.
Agar?
Yeah.
Who's that?
You saw him last time you were here. You were just a bad memory.
He was scouting.
Oh yeah, he was the one that was like, don't talk to Gerber, Tiku, and you were like, I'm gonna talk to Gerber, and you totally ignored him.
No.
No,
Yeah.
not entirely. You completely forgot this.
Oh,
You
right.
we're gonna hold that thought. As you push the door open, and almost as you almost slowly kind of push it open, Tiku just kind of goes in front and just poof, and calls out to a guard.
Yeah.
As soon as you push the door
It's
open,
here.
there's still the small hallway that goes forward. It definitely looks a bit different on the inside.
You know, Tiku, you shouting that out doesn't help dispel the rumors that you're trying to challenge them.
You're not challenging nobody.
The inside,
I look behind us to see if people are listening.
So it's like a double
You've got-
So they're like, you are challenging us?
you've definitely got some eyes, but worth noting, the eyes seem less on you, more so confused. It's almost they seem wary and interested in almost like, why did the door open?
So, just normal stuff. We're used to being looked at that way.
Effectively, yes.
How'd you do that?
I
We're just
bow.
special.
So I is here. Garbu.
As you call out, the inside of the Cubix sword definitely
probably
looks a bit
alter it.
different. The first thing you noticed, the hallway that goes to where effectively there's a small hallway that goes into the bar area. There is now seemingly 4 separate paintings on the wall.
Oh, he upgraded.
The 4 paintings on the wall, 3 of them actually seem blank. They have just like a almost purple canvas that they're on, but no picture currently. The 4th seems to be a similar setting to what you had seen before, where there's a table. There's 2 humans that seem to be almost frozen in place. One seems very animated and almost upset. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. One of them seems almost animated and upset. They seem to be talking across from them to what appears to be a Luxodon. The Luxodon has glasses that are kind of hanging on its trunk and wearing a little bit of almost like a haphazard suit, seemingly almost like poring over some papers. And in the frame that's been almost like frozen, the picture, he's dropped some of the papers onto the floor. As you guys kind of walk past these paintings, you do see one watcher in this kind of the same vein as last time. It's a quick reminder. It is almost looks as if it's a black cat-like creature that has currently 9 separate tendrils. They're coming off its back. 5 of which are currently pointing to you. Having many less tendrils, it's actually much clearer where these tendrils are actually pointing. And then 3 of them are pointing towards the bar where there are 4 people.
Hey, wasn't our fault last time.
Worth noting as well, the Watcher, before they were almost seated, almost gave the impression of like almost a sphinx at rest. It is on all 4s and almost seems to be actively looking around with its head as well. Whereas before, only the tendrils seemed to actually look.
We didn't bring any gods with us.
We didn't bring any gods with us last time as well.
Yeah, but we didn't invite any either, and we don't plan on it.
Well, isn't he inside of you?
No, that's his champion.
Two very different things.
The 4 people sitting at the bar are one is familiar. There is a larger Goliath, almost half giant, that is currently seemingly polishing the top of the top of his bar table. The picture of the Cubix Ascenders still up behind him, but altered, and substantially altered at that. The picture of the Cubix Ascenders is now all of you standing in an arena. Seemingly, there seems to almost be, this reminds you more of a normal Coliseum. There are fans that seem to be cheering in the seats. You guys standing over top of what appears to be a dead humanoid body, impossible to make out based on the picture, but specifically you, Zephyr, are sitting in a chair, one leg crossed over the other with your hands almost just atop your knee. Your hair is red, and both Razu and then 2 additional people who are in the picture seem to almost be standing in a almost like positionally behind
Flanking.
you. Razu is directly behind you, his scythe proffered in front of him. Then to your right and your left is a Minotaur and a Centaur, familiar to you, but definitely not part of the Cubix Ascenders. Each one of them seems to almost look as if they have lightning creases through their necks, a little bit onto their face, to where even through Razu's feathers on the painting, it is clear that there's something that seems to have almost, it looks like he has been stricken with a disease, and it's like you can see it almost pumping through his veins.
Just what he always looks like.
The rest of the Cubix Ascenders are standing triumphantly. Gurgle seemingly performing, playing instruments. Tiku seemingly getting ready to a pot proffered, seemingly getting ready to cook whatever the humanoid on the ground is. And then a Kane seemingly a little bit more calm, with a bit more of a solemn expression, just looking over the individual, the fallen individual on the floor.
We can't tell who the individual is on the floor.
You cannot. That said, the painting is still signed. As you guys had gone through and offered signatures previously.
That was only if we failed the game, and I definitely succeeded.
Signatures were still given to them, just not all of you.
And we already know this one's this was a painting that like kind of changed based off the viewer.
Correct.
Yes, based on who was viewing it, it seemed to almost change. That said, it looks that way for all of you currently.
I'm just picturing the part of it with Tiku. I'm picturing the part of it with Tiku is Tiku's like jumping through the air with her tongue out and her butcher's hat, and
I think that was the last one actually. It was something similar to that.
This one is more so like she's sitting down, almost like looking at the body with a smile on her face,
just like
while pouring spices into a pot. Wait,
with her tongue out.
Let me finish. Who's actually at the table? Alcohol is there, and then there are 3 kobolds that are currently sitting at the bar as well.
So is it a Gaul or a Gar?
It's a Gar. Sorry.
Okay.
It is a Gar. It's a Gar.
I thought it was a Gaul too, but she said a Gar.
It's a Gar.
Is it an alligator gar?
No.
Tico has it. It's.
He's a live gargoyle. That's why he's called Gar.
Why'd you say a Gar?
I said the wrong name.
We all
we all went inside,
with an L.
shut the door behind us.
The door actually shut behind you immediately upon entering.
Yeah,
you
just
do not
make
have
sure
to.
we're all inside.
Yeah. Worth noting, as the door shut, the ceiling on the door seemed to disappear. It seemed to go back towards back to what effectively looks like a painting.
Tico tries to put ours on everything.
Those are weird clothes.
The 3
Where the hell
kobolds
did you guys
sitting at
bring
the
them?
table. You just need to chill. You finish. The 3 I'm thrown off. I'm so thrown off now.
Kobolds.
3 kobolds sitting at the table. One is familiar to you, Tiku. It is Gerbu.
Gerbu!
As well as that, you do have. So one of the 2 is familiar. A red Tiku. Kukbo is also at the table with him. The third
I thought
is.
Kubo was black.
Kubo is black.
Apologies.
Oh, you
the
said
red
red.
one, you're right. The red one is Kubo, or black. The red is a kobold that you do not recognize.
Oh, what?
For what it's worth, the red kobold also has very much so what appears to be almost like bat-like wings. Very much so reminds you of again, almost like a bat. that's what you have inside. Now you can go ahead.
I was just wondering, could I make like an Arcana check to try and change the painting to reveal the face to me?
You make an Arcana check.
Then I had two things. Just
wait.
29.
29?
Or 31, sorry.
You technically had a chance to inspect this a little bit last time as well.
I did inspect it last time.
It seems different. While you can still, even at a little bit of a distance, you can still tell that this is definitely still has a magical essence to it. It seems that the magic that controls this painting, or whatever allowed it to change actively, is either changed or broken. In addition to that, the two doors that were on the right and left previously, one of which you had gone through to go enter almost that infinite hallway, both seem to be gone. There isn't even a picture of the doors. You are now in just what appears to be a closed-off bar with just three kobolds sitting at the bar in front of Agal. Agal also seems less energetic.
Just two questions about the picture. You said Zephyr had his arms over his knee?
It's just like he's sitting with one leg
He did
crossed.
have both arms, yes.
Does he have both arms?
He does.
And does the right one look weird?
The right one does not. They seem to look like normal arms. Actually, so one thing I would say, there seems to be a red lightning or static on one of them.
Kelty is
Specifically
so
is right.
The red one is not Kelty.
It is not. This is not a kobold you recognize.
And then I would just ask Zephyr a question.
Can you command me to do something stupid real quick?
I mean, I don't have the spell ready.
No, not the spell. Just say a command.
Whack yourself in the head.
Jump.
Does anything happen?
Similar to when if you had touched an electric socket and it wasn't quite to the point of extreme pain, you feel very much so an electric jolt through your body. And you do, like, very lightly, almost like start to hop before you start to try and resist. Unless you elect to go through with it. Do you attempt to resist?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Please fail. Please fail. I want to take this so much further.
12 is a failure. Razu, what you watch is Razu like go. You tell him to jump, and Razu goes. He like gets down, and then he seems to stop and seems frustrated. And then you watch almost as if it had come from his eyes. It's almost like a small bolt of red lightning, just and very much so like a static shock, just and Razu makes a nice jump, jumping a good 4 feet in the air.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Well, when did you learn how to do that? Teach me. I want to be able to do that to him.
Being as I figured it out. If you abuse me.
Dance in place.
Wisdom saving throw.
You do not have to make a wisdom saving throw. Every time a command is issued to you, succeed or fail, you are immune to the effects for the next 24 hours.
By the way, Nate, you're extremely out of frame standing up, just FYI.
I don't understand. See, it didn't work that time. What?
Well, what if I tell him? Rouser, whack yourself in the head. Dang it. What?
I don't know.
Kneel on your chair.
I don't know why he thinks why that works. I don't even think it was me.
Are you just bullshitting us?
He's
You
playing
do
a
not
game.
see red lightning.
Yeah, but I feel like this is just a prank at this point.
Well,
So
Tika's gonna
you
go
are
talk.
in on the prank because there was red lightning.
No.
Unless prestidigitation can do
I mean,
that.
this,
I tried to do it with
Prestidigitation.
That spell.
You have access to spellcraft?
The shock, the feeling that you had, you're not able to duplicate.
Actually, what I will do is I'll minor illusion it and be like,
Unless you can't see through this.
as I snap, and I'll make a tiny little lightning bolt with minor illusion.
That would work. Someone makes a little. I have a very low. It's very easy to see through. Commoners can probably see through this. Not to mention that you would, with you just creating it and them being familiar with you guys would know that it's an illusion.
I don't get what you're talking about. I think I'm just being framed here.
I mean, it looked
This
the
is
same.
set up.
It looked the same both times.
Zephyr, We're gonna need to talk later, but not about that. But I'll fill you in on that as well.
Okay, this is foreboding. Well, we're here for a meeting. Tico!
I've been waiting this whole time.
You have? I thought you were walking over there being like, Gerbu, Gerbu, Gerbu.
I was trying, but you guys took so long.
Okay. So with that, as you guys had we're going to say you had that as you were walking down the hallway. Walking towards the front, as I kind of assume, Tiku, you'd be kind of like at the forefront of this.
Or tail wagging.
Gurgle.
This is really tricking me out. I swear she's saying my name.
As you continue to call for Gerbu, you come up to the table, and he hasn't turned until you get within almost arm's reach, and then he turns towards you. Gerbu looks much more hardened than the last time you've seen him. Gerbu's snout is not nearly as pronounced as Tiku's. It's only a good 2-3 inches off of his face. It almost looks like it almost gives the impression of a half kobold with the way that his snout actually forms. He has a scar that goes under his right eye. It almost looks like someone was trying to cut out his eye, but only caught a portion of it, and it gone up into his nose. And then it is easy to tell that his left eye, he is blind in that eye, as the eye is completely, seemingly just a whited over iris with just what appears to be some kind of black streaks that go through it. Hard to tell if it's an infection or some kind of arcanic magic that seems to be spreading through his eye, but it's very clear that his left eye is non-functioning. In addition to that, Gerbu is wearing, he is the only one of the kobolds here who is quite clothed. He seems to be, or he is just wearing what appears to be a black robe that has green symbols on it, all down it. They are in Draconic, although Tiku cannot quite make out all of them. You recognize one of them for food.
I can read them.
You would be able to read, which is they are many different. They're effectively just many different words. They do not seem arcanic themselves in nature. This is not. This would not be like rune weaving at all. This is simply, they're almost like draconic. It'd be better to call them arcanic symbols rather than runes, just because I've made rune weaving. This is more so, very much so. It's like the descriptions for mainly food, life, like flesh, effectively things that would both be necessary to keep someone alive, as well as things that almost make someone alive, with like sentience, soul, and then going into the sustenance and water. There doesn't seem to be a real rhyme or reason to the symbols in the cloak.
So do these arcanic symbols have magic innately?
No, not at all. This is very much so like someone just was familiar with the symbols and drew them onto the robe.
Gotcha.
They also seem almost like painted or stitched on. It's not the greatest work. The other two kobolds seem like they're ready for combat. One has a glaive that is currently just rested against the bar table. The other one has a short sword at his side, specifically just for you. The kobold that you are unfamiliar with, the red one, he's the one that actually is standing with the glaive next to the table. And then Kubo is actually now has a short sword that is sheathed at his side, but is holding a spear as well. You watch up, and Gerbu turns to you and goes,
Did not listen to your advice.
yes.
You've been through some shit. It's only been 2 years?
Yes.
So this is your friend?
Gerbu? This is everybody. Everybody Gerbu.
Nice to meet you. I am Zephyr.
As he looks towards you, Kubo, the black kobold, turns and almost shakes your hand in response to you proffering it to Gerbu. Gerbu's hands almost clasped in an X just over his lap. It doesn't look that comfortable with the way he's sitting. He says,
What happened to you? You look terrible.
I didn't run.
You could not run.
Insight check. Can I insight the fact that I do think he's lying and he's trying to frame her?
You can insight. That's not how insight works. You can insight if you think he's lying when he says. So the way that insight would just quick baseline for you. If I say something specifically and you're like, I think that's a lie, that's what you insight.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
think
saying-
that he's lying and trying to frame, that is just you. That's just.
You can figure out.
Do
he's
you think
lying,
that?
But you can't
That's
figure
what you
out-
think.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do
Why?
I feel like he's lying with him implying with that she ran? Do I think he's lying about
That'll
the
let
fact
you
that he's
insight.
implying?
I'm gonna do something similar, but can I insight? Is he trying to go to reaction out of Tiku by saying this?
That wouldn't be something you could insight either. That would be like you.
Is he badgering her? Like,
Basically, like
try-
it would be like something in the eyes of like.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I will let you go ahead and make a jump to it. Does he seem combative? Is the way that I would say this?
It's like how you like egg on your sibling to like get in a fight with you.
Yeah. So we're gonna start
John
with you.
doesn't know.
Okay, so 23.
23. That was a harsh truth. Not only does he seem to believe it from what you can tell, he seems very upset.
Would I be able to tactical mind that?
No. And then
I got a 13.
13 seems angry. It could be that he's trying to go to fight. It also could just be that he's mad. Like, he legitimately, this just does not seem like he's happy to see Tiku, despite the smile on Tiku's face. He seems almost upset at her presence, is what I'd say you get from that.
From what I understand, most kobolds run, right?
Most kobolds die.
While running.
Yes. And some die so that others can run.
What is you talking about? We saw each other 2 years ago here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Me? Your supposed friend, Dudar.
And he looks to his left towards Kubo. He says,
Kubo. And, like before, you ran.
Did you not run?
Oh? Where did you go? Our clan needed help. I needed help. Dudar needed help.
Tiku helped a Dudar. A Dudar. Find daughter. Help get daughter. Well, daughter was fighting in Colosseum, but Dudar was fine with that.
Your help is so temporary. You think so little of your friends to leave them in danger as soon as it confronts you at your door.
You could not leave them in danger. They were fine.
And I don't know what you're
Tiku and
talking
Tiku
about.
continue trying to find strong people.
Tiku's been with us through the thick and thin for a while now. If danger were to scare her off, she'd be long gone.
I mean, he never goes first, but he never ran away.
Surely not.
She never wants to go first.
And yet, first she went.
What do you mean? What are you
Do you
talking
even
about?
remember their names? Do you know what happens to our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our friends?
How about you tell us your story? I am most curious.
Your version of events.
You know, at first, when I saw you those years ago, I believed your story.
That's because Tiku tells truth.
I thought so too. When we left that day, our protector, the Grand Dragon, leaving us abandoned on that island, unsafe.
True.
There were many of us that day.
True.
But when we were attacked, you, Tiku, one of our strongest fighters, of those that we had, you were nowhere to be seen. You were supposed to be on watch that night.
Tiku was on watch. But then Tiku gets hit Or no, Tiku stop watch. She tell Bruce it's his turn watch. Go to sleep. Wake up in carriage. Tiku told you this.
Yes, and I believed you. At first, I was so excited to see that someone else had lived. In addition to
Bruce is
Kubo,
dead.
myself,
Bruce died when Piku wake up.
they're all dead.
No.
I only learned the truth afterwards.
Kubo's not dead. Kubo was there. Gegs is in Roustacar. We need to help Gegs. Tegs is in Stomacar. What are you talking about?
And this is why I can't believe you now. There's no way you either don't care for us, or there isn't even another option. The only option is that you lie, you run, you prioritize your life over ours. All we have left, and as he holds his hand out, Kubo reaches out and he clasps his hand, and you didn't notice before, but on his hand, the back of his hand. So this is specifically Kubo. On the back of his hand, it is largely deteriorated. You can see the bone on his hand. He was wearing gloves before, so you didn't notice it. You kind of like look down his arm as well. There's holes in the skin. This looks familiar to you. You saw a human woman that looked very similar to this just recently.
Did he? He didn't look like this 2 years ago, right?
No.
Yeah.
As he kind of clasps his hand, he lets go, and almost in response to it, Kubo backs up.
Sorry, did you say Kubo is the one that?
Kubo's the one with the degraded hand.
So
The degraded hand?
yes, worth noting as well, just to make sure you have the spelling right. It's Kukbo. It's Kukbo.
I just thought it was Kubo.
No, it's Kukbo.
Tiku hasn't done.
Kukbo, very much so. It's like his hand is deteriorated. As you start to inspect him a little bit more, the features about his face seem more well kept, but there's still blemishes. There's holes in the skin, deteriorations, almost scabs, that due to the scaled nature of a kobold, you'd be hard pressed to notice if you weren't so close and now having more of like a conversation with him. Gerbu, at this point, says, but after you left, I met with one of the others. And I saw what became of those who we left. Ubi has been used as a rod, a beacon. It seems to lead the hunters to the rest of us. And you made a name for yourself in the city. I hear you started a restaurant. And yes, when I saw you before, and even for a time, I looked forward to the time when we could meet with Hiku. Surely I knew, based on the power, the reputation you gained quickly, you would come back and you'd help the rest of us. Kukbo believed it too. He died for it, even. So you come in the essence of what remains of me, of the friends we have. But you don't care for us. I don't think you ever did. You always ran. He turns at this point and kind of like leans over and grabs one of the drinks. One second. As he grabs one of the drinks, Kukbo kind of like moves forward a little bit, and this time as you look into Kukbo's eyes, before where you saw a friend and you saw almost a blast from your past, an exciting thing, you now realize that you're looking into the eyes of what very much so to you gives almost a cold feeling down your spine. It's like you're looking into the eyes of the dead. And this Kukbo says, I'm sorry, Tiku. I wish I could have told you before, but he looks towards the black kobold who
the red, who doesn't even seem to have given you the time of day as of yet, doesn't even seem to have looked your way yet. He says, as far as I know, Gerber is the only one who lives. Gerber and you.
Tiku's confused. Tiku saw the tribe get attacked by the scaled serpent. Tried to find allies to defeat scaled serpent. Saw in a vision that 6 are in Tildafar, in the plains and mountains. Some are being captured in Rastakar, trying to free them through the games. 6 were here, including Gerbu. And 4 are still wandering, but not all was dead.
Gerbu responds to this one, despite the fact that you're currently looking and facing Kukbo. He says,
Yes, there were 6 here. Now there is one lonely kobold. And you further prove my point. You knew where we were. You know where some others, even some that I don't know. Yet, you do nothing to save them.
Tiku is trying to save them. Tiku is told to become strong in Cinderhold so nobody dare to touch kobolds. Also, Tiku fought God to save friends.
In all of the stories I've heard of Tiku and the Cubix Ascenders, the strongest kobold in the world, never once even a rumor of her kobold allies. Never once a hint of protection offered to her friends, of information of her looking, seeking rumors of these friends. All I hear is jokes about a powerful kobold that complains about being at the front, that always seems to want to run.
Tiku does not like being in the front. Nope. That's true.
Well, am I crazy, or isn't there 3 kobolds sitting at this table right now? Am I hallucinating?
He's a necromancer. Can't you see Kukbo's arm
The others
is
will be
decayed?
All right. First of all, he had his
so
hand
go
up.
you first.
Can I do a medicine check to see how long Kukbo's been dead? Was it, I don't know, in the last 3 days?
Go for it.
We need to go on break for a second.
Well, Zephyr's going to say something.
21. Hard to tell without actually being able to do a physical, actual medicine check and effectively do a little bit of research or be able to do a little bit of medicine with it.
You're on stream.
But
What's that?
he seems to be dead for
really?
likely longer than 3 days.
I'm just making.
Everywhere.
Everywhere?
Indeed.
These 3 phones are cameras.
I'm just trying to make sure that the last time Tiku spoke to him, he was alive, and now he's dead. So I was just trying to confirm that fact.
Okay. He definitely seems to have been dead for a long time.
He said he was wearing
Tiku has not
gloves.
interacted with them for years, and you even based on your knowledge, Zephyr, you for sure know this as well. Tiku says I was here 2 years ago. You guys have been traveling with Tiku for more than 2 years. It has definitely been more than 2 years.
And we had a time skip. And
Tiku's all
Yes.
really not good with time.
With that being the case, what were you going to say,
Tiku thought it
Zephyr?
was 2 years.
what it sounds to me is that you're mad at Tiku for your weakness. You've given up on your clan, haven't you?
What clan is there to give up on?
The ones that are still out there. The ones you've given up on. You're just assuming they're dead because you don't want to try anymore.
No. I will try. I did not know their whereabouts, but unlike Tiku, the proliferation of what I seek is readily known here. My image has always been that of one of question, of quizzicality. I have informants that I have been able to gather from my position here.
So then why tell Tiku they're all dead?
For clarity for my brain here, we literally were just in Zoppercar, saw this vision, and then came right back to the games, right?
It's been a couple,
Months though, maybe.
we saw the vision, yes.
Since the
Maybe a
vision,
month.
it would have been
Like maybe a month.
yeah, it would
Maybe
more
a
so it'd be like weeks for sure.
Yeah.
I would try to hop in here and say,
Isn't it strange how I swear, since we've been around this cube, events we were around have been changing. Think about it. The Black Moon that the star is talking about.
I'm going to cut this off. I know what the cube is. What you are thinking it is not that.
I'm not saying that. Even if it doesn't have to do with the cube.
Raza,
Events
I think this is a conversation later.
have been
We don't need to be...
warped.
The ears have walls. And so do kobolds.
The ears have walls?
The walls have-
Gerbu,
Walls have ears.
Gerbu again.
Yeah.
Upon finishing Gerbu finishes his drink, and then he kind of turns back, and he turns to actually you as a group. He doesn't turn to TQ.
It's been weeks since I learned that you guys were all here in Zitterhold. I came straight here.
Yes. Weeks since the news of what the Cubix Ascenders has done has started to spread. Told by a champion, no less.
Was champion?
Friends tortured for simply maybe knowing something about you. And killed.
They were held captive before Tiku even did that thing.
No. Somewhere, maybe. But all your reputation has done is serve to expedite the hunt of our clan. Know that I welcome your challenge. I look forward to the fight, even. And if you wish to break into the ranks of the five, to have the power that it seems you seek, know that I will be there to stop you. For if I
Tiku does
cannot
not want to
save my friends,
Take it from friends. Tiku is trying to get in 5 to protect friends.
what friends are there left to protect?
All of the ones that are left.
It's
The
the ones
serpent
that have
killed
been...
thousands. But there's still a handful left. Handfuls.
Yes.
More than Tiku's hands and feet.
And once I beat your challenge, I will leave Zinderhold. I will go to those in Stilmakar that you mentioned. Razlakar, unfortunately, is still out of my reach, but the recent blessings that we have obtained will help us in that direction.
I have a question. How did these two die? Or you
Kukpo
raised them?
believed Tiku would come back.
Tiku did come back.
Not fast enough.
Was she not here 3 years ago? Did she not come back? 3
Tiku
years
thought that was
ago?
2 years ago.
It has been more close to 4.
So I don't know the exact number.
And to answer your question, Kukpo was tortured for potentially being an ally of you. They were looking for information, some dwarves. In fact, some that resembled this bird. They smelled of the same stench. His
Dwarves and
blood.
birds don't look the same.
No, but they smell the same. Your blood reeks of death. The same death that came for Kuko.
What did they look like?
Dwarves. I don't know. The one that I do know is a larger figure, 4, maybe 5 feet, had a red beard, wielded dual blades, seemed to ignite them with his blood.
Did anyone drop a name?
What kind of a killer, a hunter, a bounty hunter as they call themselves, makes themselves known by name to their prey? But worry not. I will find them. And if I discover that your blood is as closely connected as it smells, I will find you too when the time comes.
When was this?
The events that happened to Kukbo, my remaining friends here, were not but a month ago. Perhaps a little bit less. The other kobolds have been slowly being hunted since the day that Tiku disappeared. The stories that I've heard have been a combination of chips and pieces to weigh against one up-and-coming, one of power, the feared Tiku, the fearful, she should be caught. Others are simply seemingly hunt us for sport. Kobolds don't belong in these lands, they say. This is why we originally retreated to our home. But when our protector left, as you know, we had to make changes.
Why did your protector leave?
We don't know. Or at least I don't know.
I don't know. But I look forward to the day I will kill that dragon as well.
What
There
color?
is- Both of them. The green and the gold. There was two. I will clip their wings. I will show them what it means to live in fear. To live underground in the dirt. Perhaps make them make us some offerings. We're letting them die in their fear.
Am I not mistaken? Did you not say they were both green?
Just the sun was green. The mom left months, long time before the son left.
Well, I don't believe I have anything else to say to the likes of you.
One last
Only that I hope
question.
for a fun fight. Maybe you won't run this time.
You may not care. But Deku will not hurt tribe. If you are still protecting tribe, Deku will not hurt you.
Yeah. I have good news for you then. He kind of pulls his hand back. Both Kukbo and the red kobold, almost like ash, seem to almost dissipate. The weapons that Kukbo actually had on him seem to dissipate, but the spear and the glaive stay. Almost kind of like hitting the table and sliding. And he kind of grabs the spear as it slides, and he grabs the glaive, and he puts them to the right and left of him. He says, as of today, you can forget about calling me family or clan. And the rest that you would have to fight are already dead. So, best better defend yourself.
They're not
Because I
dead.
certainly won't hold back.
They're not dead. Deku saw them less than a month ago.
Prove it. All I have are the words of a fleeing traitor against an information network that I have been setting up for years. And in offense fully intended, I trust them more than I trust you. At this point, Gerbu actually just stands up off the chair. He starts to walk, and he stops. He stops after he takes a couple steps, and turns back. He says, "And thank you, Rigol. I appreciate the place to meet. It is the only place to really keep the ears away, the eyes off of us. I hope your favorites do you a service." And Garbu starts to walk towards the door.
What did he say his name was?
A goal.
He was turning to the
He said
he was turning to the
extreme
Patriot.
accent.
Was he
Okay,
re-
said to go.
was he referring to Dalaran, Adal, Ardal, the perfect candidate, or
Agal is very much so the person he just described.
Agal's the person in this inn?
It's
Ardal is the perfect
Ardal. Yes. Ardal. I make my names a little bit too close.
Bro,
You
you
named
realize-
Ardal.
You named
It
Uggle!
is what it is. Ardal.
Ardal was first.
Ardal is very much so the exact individual that he just described.
And he was the one that killed Kukbo?
He said he basically marked him as well as some other dwarves that came with him as he referred to him as a group of bounty hunters, effectively.
Wait, you
And
know
I'm
who
assuming
that bounty
the other
hunter
two
is?
were Galadriel and Lorien.
Yes.
It is most likely part of Razu's elite squad.
They are. He just
Seriously?
described the three members of the Crimson Covenant that are under Dalaran and me. Boto and Dave are directly part of the Crimson Covenant, but they're under the King's orders.
Okay.
Are you effing with me right now?
No,
With that-
Ardal and Galadriel and Lorien
What
are all under
the
me
shit?
and Dalaran.
Razu! What?
Hold-
The shit?
Wait. Did you have something you were going to say,
I
Gurgle?
was just to say one thing as he left, one thing as he walks out. I was gonna look.
So, how far does your spell work of like raising the dead? Can you like go to different areas? Or they have to be pretty close to you.
It's time-based, as a favor to you. Distance matters not as long as I can get them there in the sufficient time. Think of them as more as temporary familiars, without a range.
Are they?
Agal.
Tiku says to Agal when after
Gerbu at that point is going to
leaves.
exit unless you have. So hold it for just 1 second, just so they can finish up with Gerbu as he's looking to leave.
And what exactly was your plan with Dill's mother?
As he stops. That was simply part of a deal. I didn't look into the details of that, as it's not a member of my family, not my responsibility. However, one who would give me information asked for that as payment. That is all I needed.
But how did you do it? The spell should not have worked on one of her kind.
That is something I'd love to show you. I look forward to the match. Beat me and I'll tell you.
So here's the question. How Kukbo and the red one turned to ash, is that extremely similar to how all the sprigs have been turning into ash?
Yes. Yes, it is.
For the kobold that we ran into the other day.
That was Kukbo.
That was Kukbo.
Yeah, one of the ones that just disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Was he alive?
Mm-mm.
Would we know?
Well, his body was already like decaying and stuff. We could
As
see it.
you think back on it, he did seem a little bit off. You couldn't quite tell it in the moment, as he seemed to be much more covered up. If you recall, he was wearing much more garments, and he seemed almost like he had his hands covered, and that's kind of what I was mentioning with where the scabs are and the scaled nature of a kobold. It almost kind of blended in, and where to the point that until you were kind of looking for it and you were presented face to face with it, you didn't notice it. But thinking back on it, Koopa likely wasn't alive. That was likely either a corpse or a recreation of Koopa.
Can I collect some of the ash?
No. So that wasn't like ash fell in a pile. That was like almost dissipated.
Does it completely dissipate, or is there even the smallest amount remaining?
It seems to completely fade.
Who's Tail's mother?
With that, a gall for you, Tiku, as you call out to him. He says, "Yes, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt that, and the mood is quite sour, but I have drinks." He's going to proffer them out, and we are going to go to break.
Tiku thinks she's gonna need one of those, the biggest one you have, the fiery stuff that makes you feel all warm inside. Tiku's gonna need a big one.
Okay, so as a gall prepares a drink for Tiku, you're probably going to have to reach over and actually put it on break because Trinity just walked away. We're going to go to break. We will be back here in a few minutes. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys in a bit.
Bye-bye.
All right, and we are back. We definitely forgot to put the vote up. So yeah, Desmond, if you want to tell me who you would vote for, I believe that Zephyr is the only one who gets it back on a long rest. Am I
Correct.
Correct.
As a human, he gets it every long rest.
Yes, it is only Zephyr that gets
It's
it
not
back.
human.
Oh. Okay. So with that,
What?
you can put that in. I'll do that in a second when we finish this. But for the time being, Tigu, Agal has just presented you with a fine glass of what appears to be a hearty yet almost fine alcohol. It almost tastes like a mead. It's somewhere in between a mead and a wine. Would not pair that well with like hearty foods, but this would be more of like almost like a fine dining liquor.
Oh, sorry. He knew what I was talking.
As you start to drink, real quick, Kane got the inspiration. Sorry about that. Agal, talking to the group of you, says, "Well, again, I wanted to apologize. I didn't want to interrupt that interaction. He's not as much of a fan as I am. And
okay.
Razu just dropped one of my cups on the floor. All right, but with that, I wanted to really just say hi. I left abruptly last time, and you see, there was a couple problems with, the events that happened. I don't think I'm going to be able to stay for long, but I wanted to let you know that I don't blame you for it, and I'll fix it up. I'll look forward to having you back once I get it back into a bit of a better array. Please let me. And he again almost seems to like reach behind the counter, pulling from seemingly almost out of nowhere, pulls up a few additional drinks. We're dropping everything right now. You guys are making a mess of a call's table.
A call or a gall?
A gall.
Okay.
He places a few drinks on the table and then also grabs some meals. Effectively, grabs what appears to be a meaty soup and places a bowl on the table for each of you. And he says, for any of you that you would like, I can't say I'm as good as Tiku's legendary cooking, but I think I do pretty well for myself. So by all means, partake. And
Is that sentient in here?
no, I
It's
use...
better than Tiku.
as you drink, he laughs a little bit and he says, I typically use raptor meat in most of my cooking.
Raptors are pretty good.
It is my favorite, personally. Now, is there...
I will make you a raptor dish next time Tiku is here.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll have to move it around. I need to... This is a temporary place. You see, this... I think I might have commandeered a floor not meant for an inn. A couple people come to the door knocking, and I imagine I'll be moving soon. But with that, you had sent out a message that was then passed on to me, and, well, really, he reaches to his side, he pulls out a note from his pocket, and he says, I believe this would be for you, specifically, Zephyr.
Okay.
He hands the note to you, and you open it up. It's it is a letter written in very, very fine common, extremely nice handwriting.
I see. The letter L.
A letter. The letter is from the Thornscale merchants. It has the symbol of a dragon at the bottom, seemingly carrying what appears to be, almost looks to be a large, not quite carriage, but almost a large, almost like a hot air balloon. It's got like the basin at the bottom. The message itself simply states, "It's so glad to hear from all of you. We're actually currently on our way fairly close to Zenderhold. We'd be more than happy to stop by. Honestly, again, didn't expect to hear from you quite this soon. We were going to make a trip to Zoprakar really quite soon. However, it does seem that our trade agreements we had in place have been put on, I guess, hiatus. I don't know the exact details of this, but I look forward to discussing the details of these transactions with you and look forward to continued business." Effectively, an accept of your invitation. Also, at the bottom of it, near the signature, which is effectively an ink stamped signature with the dragon and I think it'd be called a basin that it's carrying. Right next to that it says, "P.S. should be there in roughly about a week's time."
Does Ender hold?
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. With that, Agal says, "Now, unfortunately, I am working to fix most of really my home away from home. I was looking to build for all of you. I don't have much in the way of hospitality, but I did want to, again, for any of you, you're welcome to partake in the drink. And I'm sorry it's not quite up to the standard that I was hoping to uphold for all of you."
Would you mind explaining?
You're all good,
the picture?
Agal.
He turns and he says,
Someone else's mug.
as Tiku has taken one of your servings, you guys haven't been moving. Looking up to the picture, he says, it is meant to be a reflection of both what you are looking for as well as there's a little bit, I won't lie, of my own creative licensing that goes into it. But unfortunately, with the recent events that have happened to my establishment, my connection to all of you has dimmed, and in so doing, your feelings and will are a little bit harder to reflect. So as of right now, there is only what I feel as well as the pull that I have. Effectively, it is just what I have seen from the events that came to pass over the last few days.
So is the individual on the ground just meant to be his placeholder, or is he someone specific?
Well, no, that is. Who is that? I knew who it was at one. You triumphed over him just recently in your bout. It is odd. Must have not been that memorable. I mean, who would be in the face of the Cubix Ascenders, though? To be fair.
Of Talos?
What do you mean? He sits here.
You right.
Have my memories been altered at all?
No, you guys absolutely remember Golarash.
Can I insight him? I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth, but I just want to
Go for it.
Not one. For a total of 11.
This is a really nice guy. Last time you met with him, he was super kind, wanted your signatures. Why would this guy lie to you? He seems very, 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 very honest.
Incredible.
Do you know of a gold rose?
Yes, I do know of a Goroj, actually. Long since gone, though, from what I understand. Follower of one of the dead gods. What has you interested in history, Razu?
Just been reading up on it recently, I guess.
Interesting. I didn't take you for the studious type. I'll have to edit my picture of you. As he does that, Razu standing almost like stoically behind the chair. The scythe almost goes to a little bit to the side. Your arm a little bit almost proffered out in front of you. You almost look a little bit more knightly, a little bit more refined, standing behind Zephyr.
I almost pictured that. The studious type, but also like a pair of glasses, just like in front of him.
No, not quite. Not quite.
Just holding the scythe?
No.
Invisible glasses.
But yes, if you'd like, I'd be happy to do a little bit more research into him. I'd love to be of service to the Cubix Ascenders if I could.
Yeah. I'd appreciate the favor.
I'll see what I might be able to muster up. Maybe in addition, when I see you next, and my inn for all of you is in better standing, I can also give you some information as well.
Is he wearing the breastplate? Just curious. Not the breastplate. Full plate.
Are you talking about the Gaul or
a Gaul? Is he wearing the full plate that I got?
No. So this time he is shirtless, apart from a towel that is wrapped around the back of his neck. Part of it almost seems like a little bit wet, like he had dried something up. And then just seems to be wearing trousers. Although
be honest.
He does have multiple different tattoos
He has
across
that
his torso.
in his shrine behind glass with offerings in front of it and lots of candles.
If I go under the assumption that the figure is Gulroge, and I know it's magical. Can I see Gulroge, or is it still just blank?
Make another Arcana check.
24.
24. You find as you look at it, and you very much so try to almost intently focus on it, almost interact with it in a similar way to how you had before. Features of Gulroge seem to appear, but you can't quite see him. It's strong, high likelihood, strong possibility.
Your computer all right?
It's going to the moon. Maybe it's all right. The music just died. Hopefully it comes back.
Manager.
Well, we appreciate you, but we have a conversation we have to have.
You're welcome to have it here if you want privacy, or if you don't trust me and would not like to have it here, then I believe one of the rooms is available currently. As he points to one of the pictures on the wall.
It's not that we don't trust you. It's that the sensitive matter that we're going to be discussing is just better the fewer people that know about it.
Oh, I see.
And it's nothing against you, but I don't want to incidentally blow up your building again.
We are going to be discussing the same thing that we discussed before.
Well, you blow up his house?
With the same entity?
No. No.
But you'll be safer in your establishment if...
I just don't want to cause you any more trouble.
I understand.
Precisely.
He definitely seems a little bit disappointed, but he again gestures to one of the paintings that you would walk past. He says, "One of the rooms is currently taken by one of my other guests, but 3 of them are open. By all means, feel free to choose one."
By the way, in the future, what's the best way to get a hold of you?
Well, it's funny that you ask that. You've always had it.
I search my person.
Starts to almost like pat himself down. He smiles and he says, "No, this is one of the fragments."
He's always watching us?
No.
So we can talk to him?
As he almost holds his hand up and almost waves, almost in response to he's waving his hand. A familiar humming.
Damn it! I knew it!
Yeah, right.
I fucking knew it!
As there seems to be a light humming that is now coming from Kane, he says, I am but one of the possibilities. One that has always been a great fan of all of you. For longer than you know.
Well, I suppose that allows me to retract my previous statement. You already know.
Not exactly. Don't give me too much credit. I will be the first to admit to you that I am not entirely as I seem. While I may have access to a fragment or a piece of whatever this marvelous cube that you have found yourself in possession of, I am not initially from it. Simply currently I don't know, maybe call me a resident? Hard to say exactly.
He's like Gust.
Can I do a perception check of his eyes? Would there be a sense of infinity inside of there?
Endlessness.
Wisdom saving throw.
Infinity mirrors for eyeballs.
He just tries to look into his eyes, see the soul.
Do I just get lost in his eyes?
I'm just curious if there's any
Make a
physical
perception
tell.
check.
If it helps, his shirt's is also off.
If we cook him
18.
and eat him, can we get an infinite, possibility?
You should try cooking a fragment of the infinite. That's genius.
18.
Okay. As you try to inspect his eyes, he actually meets your gaze, and as you seem to almost be trying to ascertain something about him, it seems apparent that it almost has the feeling of by all means. And funnily enough, in a non-funny way, you do very much so find yourself almost lost in his eyes for a bit. Make a wisdom saving throw.
And he's lost in yours.
Jesus.
13.
What have I done? Okay. You, in a moment,
Do you know?
feel as if you've gone on many adventure with this man. You feel as if you've known him familiar for years. He's been a companion to you in times of hurdle, companion to the whole group, in fact. He's helped, he's even fought with you in wars. You can't quite recall the details of it, but you very much so seemingly almost have an immediate kinship with this individual. Then you kind of snap back and the feeling is gone.
Well, I definitely believe your word now.
I felt like there was a little bit of maybe sexual tension going on there.
What the fuck?
He gets a broad smile and he says, not
how you guys
quite
were
that
looking at each other.
kind. But, again, I understand. Our relationship has not progressed to that level yet. By all means, take a room. You're welcome to take the food as well. It will still be good.
Just
in one of the guest
remember,
rooms.
infinite possibilities.
I do not swing that way. I'm gonna pick up my food and just walk off, and I'm gonna take the first painting on my left.
I look at his eyes. Did he frown after he said that?
No, he's smiling ear to ear.
Did it get like a little bit less smile? After
No,
he
it
said
actually
doesn't
seems
swing?
broader.
So you like harder prey?
He smiles and he says,
Kane,
not
why are you
exactly.
blushing?
I'm already gone.
I
Yeah,
just
follow you.
enjoy.
He's stalking him.
I'm like,
Kane.
you seem pretty flustered.
I just enjoy.
It's
messing
okay,
with my
embrace
friends.
your feelings.
And the amount of times that they've teased you about Zestaria.
Yeah,
That's a true.
That's when I get to do it.
true. There's definitely sexual tension there too.
It goes
I
one
know.
way, though.
I've seen it.
Okay, so are you guys going to accompany? Are you guys going to accompany Kane into one of the side rooms?
Yeah.
I go.
Before Deku goes anywhere.
So this is my first time being in my own head when I'm talking to you, I think. But Magic Eye guy, do you know a Gust? Lizard guy with swirly eyes?
Only because you do.
That doesn't make any sense.
He actually does laugh and he says, "Don't worry. As soon as I have it in repair, I can explain it to you. But currently, it won't make sense. For the time being,
Neither does Gust.
continue on your journey, your story. I believe the ending is quite nice. Now, if you must discuss, then go. Have your conversation."
Speaking of Zestaria, next time you see her, I do have a favor to ask.
I mean, you could probably ask her yourself.
Now you want them to share a room?
Presume to, but just in case I am not present, I merely need a sample of one of her clones. Drop of blood, piece of anything will do.
I do have to ask why.
Because I'm planning on utilizing it within the cube. I've discovered what this cube is, at least the barest amount of what it is.
Why do you need her blood?
It can show us the past as well as the future. If we can determine the source of these sprigs, as there seem to be exist everywhere now, it will give us more.
I mean, all we gotta do is find mollusk. Molly?
Mollis.
Mollusk?
The problem is that Zestaria is the only one who's willing to work with us of these sprigs that we've seen. Rickshaw is dead.
He literally has her blood, my dude.
He has the original's blood.
The original probably is the most important.
Not a sprig.
No, actually, I gave that to her.
And she gave it back.
No, I thought she gave something else back, right?
No,
She
gave
kept
it
the
back.
teddy bear, she did not keep the blood.
She gave the blood back.
All right, she took the slinky dog. Yeah,
She took the wiener dog.
yeah, that's what she took.
Okay. Tigo has something she wants to say to a Gaul, yeah? Okay.
I think this is gonna sit for a minute.
Be pretty quiet. Then at some point she will look up and say,
I go. Do you know what happened to the 15th seat?
I do. It was a sad story, unfortunately. The 15th seat was, well, it was a young lass. She was looking to continue to, well, not unlike what your journey is looking at currently. She wanted to grow. I believe she had a human companion. He didn't want to let her fight alone, so he elected to fight with her. They challenged the seat above them, and unfortunately, they not only lost, but they were eliminated. It was a fairly brutal match, unfortunately, but the result seemed set on the onset. There were many people who even thought it might have been rigged. The Minotaur that you fought previously was thought to maybe have had some influence in it. The human, I believe he went by the name of Adar. Duadar, no, yes.
Oh, the Duadar.
He seemed not right on the day. Funnily enough, reminds me of Zephyr in the moment. He was missing an arm, but that day he seemed even more off his game. Almost as if the rumors said he was poisoned. And the fight was not long, and they both perished.
So they fought the 14th seat we fought.
Yes, at the time.
And Gerbu fought in this.
No.
Gerbrew and his crew actually ranked up a little bit quicker. They didn't challenge the seats in order, you could say. Gerbu went from... He was a member of that team initially, but he refused to partake in that fight. For whatever reasons, I don't know. I've been a little bit more focused on your journey, and Tiku was there for a time, but when she left, I don't know exactly how it happened, but they seem to have fallen out, and then Gerbu quickly rose in the ranks. He went from almost a 15th seat contender to ranking in the top 5. He came from almost out of nowhere and instantly challenged one of the top seats and took their place, solidly eliminating the previous 5th seat.
Sounds like a familiar story. Trading friends for power.
Did all of them die? The Dragonborn?
Yeah, we don't have anybody like that in the
High
party.
elf?
Unfortunately,
Both the
yes.
humans?
From what I understand, the entire group was eliminated. In fact, it almost seemed pointed. The goal of the then 14th seat seemed intentional. They did not intend on letting anyone live. In fact, if I recall, the parameters for the fight were full elimination. Everyone on one side had to be killed, not even surrender. No quarter, effectively. It was not a pleasant thing to watch, so the only reason I had a little bit of interest is because you, Tiku. You interacted with them for a time, so I wanted to keep up to date with their story, but it did seem as if you had perhaps different plans in mind, and as I didn't know the future, I elected to instead fall more in line again with the undertakings of your journey.
Cool. Thanks, Ago.
No problem.
Tika's gonna sit and drink for a little while longer.
Well, by all means. And he, as you'd gone through and you'd taken a few of the cups, you're the one who really said they went there and started drinking.
She ends up drinking like everyone's cup because nobody else drinks. Everyone else.
He keeps you steadily supplied, so you're going to stay out and everyone else is going into the room then? Is that what I just understood?
She's gonna start talking to Agal, like the bartender, and just be like,
Ago, Tiku thinks she might have messed up.
We do all make mistakes. It's an unfortunate truth of life. But what makes the character and what makes a Cubix is what you do in the face of those mistakes. You simply must decide what you want to do now. What kind of hero will Tiku be?
A familyless hero.
Sorry, one more time. I actually didn't hear you.
Familyless hero.
A familyless hero? Sometimes the hero doesn't get the happy ending. But it's part of what makes them a hero. And if I heard correctly, all of your family's not gone. You still have some to fight for. Even if your friend has given up. Why doesn't Tiku fight for those who survive?
Tiku's been trying. But every time Tiku tries, It just makes it worse, apparently. They hurt them because of Tiku.
I understand your plight. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have a solution, though. I do think that this is too big a task, too big a burden for you to take on yourself, though. I'd recommend, as he kind of gestures to the picture where your friends have now moved to go into, says, why not see if you might have friends that would help you shoulder that burden? You seem to be so focused on finding a way to save your family yourself. But have you not made powerful friends that perhaps would help you on that journey?
They have different goals.
Just because you have different goals doesn't mean you can't work together to achieve them. Why not? Why can't they help you with yours and you help them with theirs? From what I understand, that's what you've been doing for the last few years, is it not?
But that was a mistake. Too
Well,
many die.
Perhaps, as selfish as it may be, perhaps it's time for you to put forth Tiku's wants then. How do you know they won't help you if you're not willing to ask?
Help Tiku do what?
Save your family. Well, really, whatever you want. If it is saving your family, or if it
They're all
is
dead.
taking a different direction. I think it is wrong of you to not count on your friends. You've been traveling together for too long to at least not give them a chance to help you. You need to remember, Tiku. You have family, yes. And unfortunately, there has been many misgivings that have happened upon your family. But you also have a new family. Not to replace the one that you had. Think of them more as of an addition. And what kind of family wouldn't help, really, the members of their own? That is the best advice that I can give you. Again, see if you can't count on your friends. At least do them the courtesy to ask if they're willing. And if you do not wish to, then I still look forward to seeing the next step in your journey. I will still be a Tiku fan, even if she's not part of the Cubix Ascenders, as I did not become a fan of the Cubix Ascenders because of the name of the group, but the individuals. And I will continue to follow your journey and assist in any way I can. Drinks, food, or even friendly chats.
You're a good dude to go.
He grabs another glass. His is actually a little bit bigger, but he takes it and he cheerses you. He takes a drink. He says, now, I think your friends have important information to discuss that I think you are both important to and they value your opinion. You should go meet with them. And again, proffer your troubles up to them. See if they might be able to help. I am limited in my options, especially now. I think they could help you more.
Okay.
And fret not, this will not be the last time we talk. I intend to be a friend to you for a long time yet. Now go. And he actually reaches over and picks you up off your stool and sets you down and kind of turns you and almost hits you on the back and he says, speak with your family.
That's a truck.
Okay.
And works her way.
The four of you would be the first ones to actually arrive in here. So you guys will all enter into the room. Tiku said that she was going to stay for a little bit. What are you guys doing?
Tiku's wasted.
So?
Getting wasted.
No, she's wasted.
So, quick reminder for you. His alcohol seems like it should get you extremely drunk, but you keep full cognitive function. It almost gives the feeling of getting drunk, of almost...
You're inebriated, but completely cognitive.
Yes.
So-
It is the feeling of getting drunk without the cognitive loss.
I'm starting to have the feeling that after we had a look into the deep past, we've been in an alternate reality. Things have changed. For instance, a call. I remember in Silvercar, Silver does too. We saw that men fight for a Silvercar membership against those cat watchers. And he says we saved him, but I don't remember doing that. Do you?
A goal was in Zaplaka before here.
We fought cat watchers?
Yes. No, we didn't. We watched a ghoul fight.
What are the cats called? The displacer beasts.
We watched.
So they were called the Watchers. They resemble displacer beasts, but they are different.
We watched him fight the Watchers as his trial to get a Zoppergar membership right before us.
So real quick, both for the stream, because we talked about this briefly, and as a reminder for everyone, because this was a long time ago, and technically Tiku wasn't present for this.
That was I.
When you guys first entered Zopperkar and you were applying to actually be effectively mercenaries up front, Zephyr was applying to the church, Razu was applying to the mercenary guild. When you guys were first looking at your, effectively the trial of combat, to actually be able to apply and get a license as a mercenary, you guys witnessed I don't know if you recall, some adventurers fighting cat-like beasts that you didn't quite know what they were. They had cat-like features but seemed to have multiple tails, or now looking at the Watchers, multiple tendrils that seem to come off of, that almost seem to bleed off of their backs. And this is also for you, Gurgle, because I know you weren't here when he actually asked about it. Razu, in the last time you guys actually met with him, remembered a Gaul. A Gaul was one of the adventurers that you saw die in that pit.
And I'm sure I saw him die. And he says we saved him. I didn't lift a finger.
He got sucked into the cube.
But this isn't the first case. Then there's the Black Moon. There's the star you mentioned. It's got me curious. We were there for years. Did any of you ever hear about it?
Talking about
History check?
Zopperkar?
Go for it.
I mean, I probably heard something about Black Moon.
Did he?
I feel like I would be the most.
Ran the
likely one.
underground, yeah.
I mean, you were the ruler of the underground. I had my own Crimson Covenant that specialized in gathering information.
22.
Make a history check, Gurgle.
And I never heard about this until now. And it all ties up to when we went back in the past. That's when things started to seem a little off.
Wait, you went back in the past?
Well, no, when we all were in the mountain, the Molten Crown, and we saw the past, things have started to act a little off.
History? 16.
16.2. So hold for just a second. For you, Gurgle, Night of the Black Moon is definitely not something that you had heard about. The most that you'd heard about is that there were... It's not too uncommon in Zopperkar for effectively cleansing of the slums, is what they would be called in Ralpurgan. The cleansing of the slums isn't like they're going through and eliminating it. It is simply disease is so prevalent in the slums of Zopperkar, and they don't really have a real solution for it, that the cleansing of the slums would be that effectively the members of the church would actually come in and collect all those with the disease and bring them to the church and see if they can heal them. Anyone who's healed is sent back to the slums. Anyone who's not typically ends up passing away. The reason it's called a cleansing is when you bring that many diseases into one place, the chances that you're going to heal everyone actually go down because of how many different diseases, immune systems going on over time, and effectively it's just it is not conducive to a healing
They
environment.
burn the boils. They burn the bodies.
Yeah, but my point is...
Hold. You have heard a little bit different, being as your information network would be on the top side. Again, the Night of the Black Moon, no, you've never heard of something like that. So Stari mentioning it was definitely the first time you've ever heard of that. That said, you had heard that the slums feared the Alchemy Guild. When you were researching the Alchemy Guild, and I actually had mentioned this back when we were in Zopperkar.
I would assume that they were being experimented on.
Your initial thought was actually that they, and was actually true as well, is that the Alchemy Guild was pulling in, they were pulling humans from the slums and experimenting on them. Under the guise of what they called the cleansing, in topside, what they called the healing, the Alchemy Guild was very much so kidnapping individuals and using them in their experimentation, and that is how they had created a lot of those genetic beasts that you guys had fought in Zoprakar. With that being the case, though, you had heard that like sometimes it got a little bit more severe to where there were almost like resistances in the slums of they didn't want them to take the sick because they can take care of them, and at some points guards would sometimes be called in, and one time there was one healing that apparently just did not go well at all. It was almost as if an entire revolt had started that stopped overnight. Never really looked into it because you were under the impression at the time the Alchemy Guild took everyone, turned them into all those different monsters that they had been creating, and that is where your thought process had kind of gone. However, with what Razu's talking about, the little bit that I assume that Gurgle shares, and kind of like collaborating your stories, maybe might be some kind of a connection. Hard to tell.
But even if that was under wraps, still,
Bet your hurricane would know.
a goal. Just bringing it to attention that some things that we may know may be off.
Or maybe Zedastar is just joshing with him because she just does that. You know, that's
Yeah,
possible.
but I saw a goal die, and I know none of us helped him. Unless you can speak up and say you did.
I would say you enter at this point, Tiku.
I saw you die.
Indeed.
I saw everybody die.
Yeah, but a goal swears, and I don't sense lie, that we saved him.
I mean, technically, we saved a lot of people that we don't know that we saved.
Well, that was the Wyvern. He says that we sent the Watchers to save him through interacting with the cube. Anyway, just
I didn't even know
bringing
about
that.
the cube back then. You guys, you and
Iku hasn't saved anybody.
you and Cytherin and Tiku?
I was just bringing it up as
No,
a...
Tiku didn't even come to Zoprakar with you guys. It was just you. It was just you and Cytherin. That was it.
You were with us.
You were definitely with them.
Gurgle was definitely there.
Yeah, but I didn't know you guys had a cube.
Well, even if that's the case, you watched a Gaul die. Even if you don't remember it.
You know, Verity definitely has merit, Razu. What I've been able to discover about this cube is it's not showing us possible futures. It's revealing possible futures that have already happened.
Well, we don't have enough information to make a decision or anything. Just try to bring it to light.
We live in the multiverse.
That's not what I called this meeting for.
And we live in that secret timeline.
We're in the sacred time.
You're right, Zephyr. I lost something. In fact, I've been losing myself for a long time, I've come to realize.
Yeah, we knew that.
Let him speak.
But I lost myself in my hunger for power. I cried to Kokol in that fight, and it was too much. I thought myself strong enough to do anything, to save my family, to fix the world, really. But I lost myself a long time ago. I remembered my sister the other night, and I don't remember. I lost what I even left Zoprakar to get power for. I lost my everything. I don't even remember why I left, if I ran, if Squawk sent me away. And I fear I've just gave it to Bane. I didn't realize what I had done. But it's gone now. And I would request you help me get it back.
You should talk to your dad.
I did. He said he was always there for me when I first arrived, but after, I gave what I gave to Bane. He's forsaken me, or I fear I forsook him. And I don't know if you'll help me, but especially after what I did to your arms, Eva. But I will get it back.
You got any hidden bags on yourself?
Bags?
Places to store stuff?
Yeah, it's a bag that's under my armor.
Is it like a bag of holding?
No. I mean, I had the necklace, but I'm pretty sure he's holding onto that right now.
This is the door.
Can you give me that?
Tiku, can I
What
help
was it?
anybody?
The necklace?
What about it? What'd you say?
Just let me borrow it for a second.
I mean, it has all the party funds and everything, so.
Be
I'm not
cautious
really
with
looking.
it.
How? Correct me if I'm wrong. With a bag of holding, you just have to reach in and have intent to pull something out, right? I stick my hand in. I'm like thinking of the liquid that I saw the one night that I saw his dad take over his body and be like, shh, and he drank something.
Mm-hmm.
I try to think of that vial.
Reach in. You pull out. A vial it's the same white liquid, but it has almost like a little bit of almost like a blue swirl to it, similar to that whatever that concoction that Razu or from what you could tell, his father Squawk was making. Seems you have pulled out it's a bit thicker at the base, almost like a beaker, and then kind of goes up. It's about this big.
What is that?
Do you want me to make a history check, or?
Probably won't know what this is. But maybe try drinking it sometime when you're alone and in good mind. Maybe buy a mirror too. Might help.
Okay. Weird way to assist, but I guess I'll take it. But
So, Razu, how do you plan
So
on...
you can have this back.
How do you plan on, moving forward?
By the way, you might want to keep this really safe. Like, don't let it break.
I've had a beaker with the white mist from the tree in the games
But just
since
think,
you met me.
But just think that, like, if this breaks, maybe you might not be able to talk to your dad again.
Okay.
I don't know if you need more of these.
I don't really know what that means. But
I was sworn to not say anything else. I don't even know if that technically breaks my promise, but
thank
I
you.
technically didn't tell you anything, so.
But part of the reason I bring this up, I believe Talos had my sister and my mother, and he said he released them. Dude, as the champion Talos, and I don't really expect you to forgive me for what I did, but could you help me know where they are? Ask Talos.
Your family?
Talos had them, from my knowledge.
I don't think he's ever had your dad, Roger.
Not my dad, my sister and my mother.
Drink that vial first. Before you do that, let him drink that vial. But I don't know if you should do it right here.
Moving forward, what I tested up there, how you commanded me, it seems since you revived me, you have a certain power over my essence. And it seems once per day, you can try to force me to do something. And if I lose myself again, I ask you use it. Moving forward.
How would you like me to use it?
Tell him to knock himself out. Clock himself in the head.
Forcefully make me fail my next con save. It'll make me go down, even in that bloodlust state. If I fail my will, I'll go down.
Alright, we'll try it.
But that was my request.
Power over Razu. That's me. Gurgle, jump.
He didn't revive Gurgle.
Did I get revived?
Oh, did
didn't
I?
die.
No, you
did.
revived the
Oh.
Minotaur, the Centaur, and me.
And
Oh,
Herb.
was
And
that?
potentially Herb,
And
but he passed.
potentially Herb, sorry. Because I
Gurgle's
how
got
did Gurgle
res.
come back?
He got rezzed in the middle of the fight. He seemed to almost. He met with the gatekeeper inside
he just
the keep.
res. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm also pretty
I
sure
rezzed
he's
him, but
beat.
As far as you
I
guys
remember
know,
he died.
as far as you
He
guys
just
know,
got
he
up.
died,
Came back.
and then
he
you were
just
like,
got up.
"Gurgle's dead. We don't know what to do." And then he just got up.
Well, he told us later that he had a conversation with the gatekeeper.
He told him that
That's not what I said.
He said
actually.
that your friend said, or how did you even reference him? I actually am trying to recall.
Yeah, I said Zephyr's friend asked
Yeah.
me to save him.
That is what he had said.
But
How he rezzed, you guys actually have no idea.
I have a lot of friends.
Your best guess would actually probably be that beat or that
Also-
pulse that he had, maybe it had somehow some kind of a reviving effect. Would probably be your guys' initial assumption.
There was a lot of dead people in that fight.
Nobody even asked me about how that. I said his
did.
friend. I said his friend brought me back, but I don't think anybody asked me about it.
I'm starting
I don't remember you asking me about it.
to remember who I was, at least. Just don't let me lose myself again.
Drink the potion.
Yes, I will drink the potion.
Like, what is that supposed to do?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
Then
think
why do
it'll
you
help
want him
him.
to drink it?
Because I think it'll help him.
But why?
Based upon the
I don't know.
consistency, it is similar to what the potions he's been working with over the past few days.
Listen, sometimes you just get a gut feeling.
And your gut feeling is, say, drink this potion and it should do a thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Zephyr, you just have to have a little
Let's
faith.
just say it's based off a good hunch.
But can I know what that hunch is?
No,
But why?
As you guys are, as Zephyr,
because I made a promise that I wouldn't say.
as Zephyr is effectively a bit confused and quizzical in nature, you guys would all notice that Tiku has entered. And the way that I'm kind of playing this, is Tiku kind of entered, and just as soon as she walked in, she kind of slid down. Has just been sitting next to the door, seemingly looking at the floor. Seemingly also you would have expected at this point to be interrupted by the offerings of lunch or effectively the Tiku push of moving things along, but she seems to be just extremely solemnly, just kind of not even really paying attention to the conversation at hand, almost seem to be staring at the floor.
I go and sit by Tiku. I say, don't worry, Tiku. We're not going to kill your friend.
Wait, we're not?
I mean, we might need to hit him on the head, but we're not going to kill him.
I also know how to raise dead, just put the shoe on the other foot.
We're not going to kill him.
Do you have something to share, Tiku?
Also, I don't have any real reason to believe this. Other than, again, I'm just going to go off a hunch. I get a lot of those. I think he might be under some magical influence.
Even if he is. He definitely couldn't have raised dead when I knew him.
He couldn't?
No. Right?
But I mean, what? That doesn't mean that means even more that he's probably under
Gets
magical
anime
influence.
dead. Sorry.
But that doesn't change the fact that he's not wrong.
That you left your family?
They all died.
So did mine.
But you
Death
didn't.
is a necessary part of life.
No, it's not necessary.
Tiku, you couldn't have done anything.
what Tiku's been trying to do this whole time.
But I'm saying.
When her family needed her, she is gone.
But what I'm saying is I tried to save my family too.
You were a child.
So are you.
Tiku, how old are you?
Tiku is not a child.
How old are you, Tiku?
Don't know. Not a child.
Tiku is in
Okay.
fact not a child as far as
Not
is
even
concerned.
close.
She would almost be more of like for us, she'd be like 50.
Yeah. Well, maybe like 45, but yeah.
She's put a lot of years on these last few years.
Equivocally for us, Tiku is very much so like middle-aged, if not going past middle-aged.
Well,
Not past middle age, yeah.
Listen,
Tiku.
Listen, Tiku. You couldn't have done anything to stop this dragon or this serpent. None of us could
No,
have.
Tiku could not. And Tiku was fine with that. She would kill the serpent. But all of the others, tortured, killed, just to find out more about Tiku.
But you didn't know.
And Tiku.
They would have been okay if Tiku come back home sooner.
No, they wouldn't have.
You had been dead with them.
Maybe that would be better.
You say that, but you can't help them if you're dead. Also,
What's the point of being alive if they're all dead anyway?
I said that a lot when my dad and mom died.
You weren't responsible. You weren't sent out to protect them.
You didn't
You
have
weren't
to
sent to
watch them
find a new
die.
master. Literally, Tiku's whole goal for the past 7 years. And I was told to come to the games, but I was too late.
Sometimes you fail when you try your best.
There was a point.
So
They
make a new point.
They are not all gone. Make the new points, saving the ones who are left. Fight for Gerbu. Fight for the others in Razlikar. Stilmakar. Make
They're
Gerbu.
already dead. Or what if Tiku fighting makes them dead? Or it makes it worse.
I'll make sure it won't make it worse.
Wow. Tiku can't even leave.
We have to figure out what's wrong with Gerber first.
Gerbu is alive. He's fine. It's the others who are being tortured.
But there's also something wrong. He's convinced that you're the problem. He's also
He's
convinced.
just hurting.
He's also convinced that the others are dead.
But he's not. Some may already be dead. But some still live. But the whole world just declared war on us. How would me saying I don't want them to die make it any better? They'll just come back and kill them even more to get back at me.
Then we gotta kill him better.
You have to make them too afraid to dare cross you.
Tiku doesn't have enough strength to make him too afraid. Tiku is not Kogal.
Tiku, you can use my strength.
Together, Tiku, we will beat Kogal.
Not soon enough.
Well, I mean, Kogal's not who we need to beat in order to save her family. But that will happen at some point. I don't know if that's necessarily relevant to the task at hand.
Well, if they are too scared to mess with Kogal, they'll be more scared of a group that can beat him.
Tiku doesn't know how to save him.
I believe I have an idea on how to save them. If you're willing to hear me out. If we utilize the cube is more of a lexicon of information. It is not a creator of realities. But there has been one time in the past where reality has shifted by use of the cube. With Zephyr's help, and we can create that same spell we did before, we enter into the cube and we shift one thing. That thing being whatever it needs to be, either Kogal destroying the captors, them finding a way to escape on their own. All we need to do is change reality slightly.
You do realize the ripple effects that may have.
And do you not realize our friend crying in the first time I have known her?
But you could also very well make the problem worse.
Do we have anybody that knows how to use a teleport circle?
I can cast teleportation circle.
So if there's already a teleportation circle in existence, you can teleport to it?
Only if he has seen it
Yes,
before.
I mean, I have to see it.
After we finish here, we might need to go back to Gongili.
What I am saying...
You guys have a teleportation circle there?
I think my grandpa has one that goes right into the middle of Razlikar. You know how we said we couldn't teleport into the city? I think we can.
Tiku doesn't know how teleporting will do anything.
Well, if they're in Razlikar, then it would.
Some of that, yeah.
Well, we need to break them out. The ones in the plane seem more like they'll probably live.
I believe the risk
Maybe
is
a risk.
worth it.
Maybe a daring rescue mission into Razlikar.
Before we take the 5th seat?
Oh no, I think we have to do that before we leave. But right
that could happen
afterwards.
quite soon.
What if they're dead before then?
I mean, I'm down to do it before. I don't know if we have a way to get to Gongili really quick.
Well,
I'm more okay with doing a quick mission outside, but not messing with time as
It
much.
is not messing with
well,
time.
TQ,
It
I
is
know.
changing reality slightly. It has already happened.
But I guess what's the potential outcome? Because my understanding, when I used Cube, which by the way, this is actually the second time this happened, not the first time. But you weren't here the first time it happened. My understanding of how that works is it has to be a potential reality that would exist. I just don't see a
that
reality.
is not true.
So quick thing. So you would, especially Zephyr and Gurgle, as you two are the ones who've interacted with this the most up to this point, you'd be familiar with the cube. Very much so has the ability to affect, effectively, the future.
Yeah.
As it basically, when you interact with the cube, you're at a fixed point, and then it allows you to almost explore possible futures
Yeah.
From
or
that fixed point.
or ones that happen.
And only
Or
within
it-
a short time frame, because your mind can't comprehend too much past a certain point.
Yes, it very much so, and depending on how far you can go is how strong your mind is. But every time you've utilized the cube, it's never been able to go back and change the past.
Yeah.
It shows you basically future. So effectively it changes the future. It's never been able to take you back and be able to change the
Yeah.
past.
Yeah, but
So my thought was he was trying to say a potential future where Kogal goes and kills the captors or something along those lines, which is fine. That's still future. It's still a potential future outcome. But what I was trying to come across with is I don't think that's a potential future that would exist. It has to be a realistic potential future.
I have seen futures that could not exist come to pass within the cube. It is capable of showing non-realities.
But I knew Cytherin looked into it. He saw 3 days' time into
But-
the future. Wait.
I have a suspicion though that we're on the path the cube wants us on.
Correct.
But
Altering the past, I don't think the cube's gonna let us do.
Just to be clear,
I'm
you
not-
weren't talking about
not-
altering the past.
No.
not altering the past. Cithera looked into it and saw 3 days in the future.
Right?
Tiku could look into it. And Tiku could choose the right course.
I think you guys are relying too much on this cube. What happens if she fails?
Looking at the cube.
Relying on this cube. We have not even used this cube.
I
I've
have.
been too scared of it.
That's not true. I have.
No. From how I understand the story, you were given the cube and told to use it. That's not the same.
I still had to go through like freaking 10,000 ways that we died just so I could find the one way where we lived.
I never said this would be easy.
500.
Then
Also, Tiku has used the cube. She found 10,000 ways that she died to something in the forge, and then she found the way that she lived.
but
I am hearing a lot of excuses as to why not, but I've
She
not
used
once heard it from the person who actually matters. That being you, Tiku. This is your family, your friends. Are you willing to take the risk for them?
Always. But Tico doesn't understand the magic stuff.
you don't need to.
As I will
Tico just...
cast Bardic Inspiration on Tiku.
Yikes.
Tico knows that she wants to save anyone that's left.
Okay, Trinity needs to ask some questions here. Okay, so what's our actual plan here?
So my plan is to go into the cube and find something that we can just slightly nudge
But like
to save the kobolds.
We have to have like an actual like goal in mind when we go in.
Well, my concept
don't.
would be is we go into the cube, we in the next day, hypothetically
No,
beat.
not us.
Yeah, well, Tiku, obviously, but I'm saying she would see a
I'm
future
not even saying Tiku.
conceptually where I think we would, in that case, fight the fifth seat, and then we would do whatever you're saying in Gongili, in which case we would go to Rozlakar, and in the next, she would have 2 days of looking into us being in Rozlakar, roughly,
So you guys are fundamentally
to save the
flawed
kobolds.
in my plan. My plan is not to do us
I'm
at
not
all.
fundamentally flawed. I never mentioned anything.
Well, I'm just saying. I want us to go into the cube, find Kogal within the cube, and then slightly nudge something near Kogal that causes him to help them, or go to Rozlakar and slightly nudge something that allows the kobolds
Okay.
to escape.
So this is what I understand the cube. The cube, we can only affect the cube with what our actions are.
We have no idea. That's just all we've done thus far.
That's
Wait,
So,
Whoa.
so I'll help a little bit just because Zephyrus studied the cube a lot as well, similar to how you were just doing, but he had dedicated weeks of downtime to it.
actually years.
Yeah, actually, no, that's true.
He was
in
actually
the time skip,
he got caught in the cube.
The cube is very much so. It is just your impact. Exploring, there isn't changes, especially not within the cube. Another important thing is no change made in the cube affects reality. It simply shows you what might happen should you make that change.
And then you know what actions to
So-
take to.
And then and then you know
Yeah.
basically these are the
How
steps
did
that
he
they need to
teleport?
follow.
What do you mean? How did I teleport?
That's the only thing that
So-
doesn't make any of this make sense.
That is because you don't know the capabilities of Gust himself.
Also, I don't know why he's
To
talking
answer,
about
so I'll
teleport.
give you this just because Kane wasn't there, and just so you can wrap your head around it. Gust teleported them.
Okay.
I probably should
You're
have
saying,
left
how
that
did
up
we get back
to
to the
mystery,
city
but
when the dragon got there? Is that what you're talking about? My understanding is that's not how that sequence of events went down. I rode back the first time. We got eaten by Weirin en route. And we played out that scenario where we were above the clouds, and then we
you definitely
got
played out a
eaten.
few of them. The answer is
And then the last one that we actually survived on, me and him rode back on the lizards, and we came up the wall right as the dragon was hitting.
You are correct, but also incorrect.
so. The reason we're talking about this a little bit. This is also pre-stream.
Yes.
Yes, this was 100% pre-stream. They were dealing with just contextually. They were dealing with a wyvern attack on the city, and the city fell in many different regards, or at least many people died, including all of them. and Gurgle was able to utilize.
I was fine. I for sure wasn't one of the first ones.
Dave and Bodo lived.
After the party was completely eliminated by Wyrn, Gurgle came to consciousness, having just explored that possibility from the cube, and then went through and effectively found a world in which they could successfully fend off Wyrn. A lot of people still died, but the party was able to live, and the guards on the wall of Zuppercar did not die. So that's what they're talking about currently. Dave and Bodo are two guards that after some of them have died, I gave them the NPCs to play because they had died. They played them. They love Dave and Bodo. That's just giving a little bit of context for stream. As far as what happened there, two things. One, Kane technically wouldn't know that. Two, when it comes to actually how you utilize it, and again, this is you two would really mainly you, but you also because believe you've actually interacted with this cube twice.
Yeah, I've successfully interacted.
Yeah, you've actually explored possibilities in the cube twice. You can know for sure that the way that the cube would work is if you were going to utilize it to explore possibilities, you would still have to come up with the ideas. It would effectively just be potentially multiple tries at different ways to save them, to where you could explore these possibilities. The problem is, every possibility that you explore, you're in danger of getting lost in the cube of the infinite.
It's like if your daughter, if you walk into a room and your daughter's about to get her neck slit, and she's like tied up, and you've got a whole crew of raiders.
I was aware.
You see it happen, and then you're like, no, and then you go back to the cube, and you're like, I gotta figure out another possibility.
Yeah. So with that being said, I was just letting you know how the cube functions, and that's how you could use it. It does not allow you to alter the past. It lets you to act out possible futures, and there is danger that comes with it, because the more you explore, again, the easier it is to get lost.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because we did have this conversation. I'm positive we've had this conversation before. It has to be a potential possibility that could happen.
Yes.
So my thought process is, yes, maybe there's a possibility where you could convince Gall to go to Razakar, but probably not. There is probably not a possibility where you could convince him, as us in our current state, to get him to go
unless
there.
you save his family or her family.
To what?
Tika won't fight you unless you save her family.
Yeah, but Kogal won't go fight another god because it that's why they haven't for thousands of years.
I'm pretty sure Razakar declared war on Cinderhold.
Yes, but Razakar's champion won't fight Kogal, and Kogal won't fight their champion for that reason.
Based how I understand Kogal's personality, that might just enrage him more than encourage him.
But it's also more of a taboo kind of thing. I think they don't fight each other because of some agreement.
We also might not need to use the cube.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting we use the cube. I think that, to be honest, we could try to hide our auras.
I think we can sneak in just fine.
Well,
I think you guys are thinking about this too hard.
No.
I think my grandpa actually has a hideout in there.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about hiding our auras so gods don't peer on us.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I like that.
That was my issue, because right now we're going to get hunted as soon as we leave.
Oh, and especially if we go into the city of the assassins that try to hunt us. Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Like, we could do a quick in and out, but we got to be trying to get back here or like next day.
But that's what I'm thinking. I think we could do it. We get in the same way we get out. I don't think they know that circle exists yet.
Chico's willing to do it.
I mean, it's going to be high
Chico will
risk.
go right now.
Prison break.
We do need to prepare a couple things. I do need to get maps and all that kind of stuff. We're going to do this.
I bet you my grandpa's old house has one.
I mean, we can do that. It's just
Chico
gotta be
saw a
quick.
building, a room, where she saw them.
I didn't even think about this, but now that I am thinking about the way that I wrote my story, the hut that I was in would have never been destroyed. Only the clan hall would have been destroyed. I never actually thought about checking that when we went back to Gonkill.
I did.
Thank you. If you guys are gonna help Tiku, thank you.
Okay, but like I said, this is a quick in and out thing. Like, we can't stay out there or dead.
Oh yeah, we do not stay in Razakar very long. Razlakar's bad place. Everybody probably wants to kill us there.
I should get the teleportation circle here, so we can get back here quick enough.
So you actually have seen the teleportation
Okay.
circle in Zinderhold already.
Okay, just
Is there
when
one
you-
for every floor?
No, so there's a teleportation circle at the base floor, and then there's another right next to it. So there's 2 circles on each floor. One of them takes you up, and then on every floor up from one, it's up or down. On the first floor, the 2 circles is one goes up, one's the teleportation circle to Zinderhold.
Well,
Good thing I picked up that spell.
I would pick up Tiku and set her on my shoulder.
chin up, Tiku. We might be able to save them yet. And if it's any consolation, seems you're not the only one that ran away.
Tiku didn't try to run. Tiku was trying to help. But it wasn't good enough.
But today, it will be.
And I want to.
We should also get our recruit. We should also do our recruitment tomorrow before we go on this daring adventure. As like, we can say, all right, we're gonna hire you contingent upon how well you perform at this mission that we're not gonna tell you about.
We have a trial for you.
We have a test.
By the way,
It's morning, right? It's still morning. Probably
No,
going
so
after.
your
it's
meeting was
in the
it was
afternoon.
early. It was like late morning.
that person
At this
dies,
point,
always
you're
pick
looking
it
early
back up.
afternoon for sure.
Yeah, isn't the interview scheduled for today?
Surely you won't.
Because we went to sleep and
It's
I
scheduled for
the end
today
of
in
the
the afternoon. Yes.
Yeah, so you guys, we're gonna say for the for the sake of this, you still have a few hours to the interview, but that would be same day. Yes.
Yeah, I would then start going towards that.
well, about that interview, we should probably get going. That's soon.
As I would leave and
Yeah, let's do that
start
interview.
heading back to our
The Bloody Chalice.
the bleeding channel.
Tiku's gonna tap Razu as he heads out.
Can you just drop Tiku off at the inn? Tiku wants to just go to sleep today.
Sure.
And then I'll just head back to the inn.
Are we doing anything else, or are we heading back to Bloody Chalice to conduct interviews?
Yeah, let's go to Bloody Chalice.
Okay. Something you guys notice immediately upon exiting. So Razu, you'd be first with Tiku. As soon as you exit and you look down the hall towards the bar, you're instead met by a wall. There is a picture of the bar that is on that wall, but like 3 feet from you. There seems to be almost a drawing, a picture of the Watcher down in the bottom corner that seems to be looking out at you, and then a picture of the bar with a Gaul currently seemingly almost like hunched over a drawing, but it is very much so a still frame.
Freaking this
Almost
picture artist guy, man, is
kinda-
wild a little bit how he works.
in a little bit like curious, kind of like go over and place your hand on it, and it's that same kind of, it's that same almost, it's rock-like, but it's got give, almost kind of bounces back. As soon as you guys exit out from the Cubix sword, you guys all kind of, with a little bit more of a tense or heavy situation, I'll say, and you guys move forward and look back to kind of see what might have changed, or effectively getting one last look at the Cubix sword, and it is gone. You are now again looking at what appears to be almost an empty training hall.
Friggin' this mystery. Teleporting in guy, man.
With that, you make it back to the Bloody Chalice.
Interviews, baby.
Tiku goes to rest as you guys start to have multiple different individuals show up for interviews. And when I say multiple, I mean within about an hour, and actually I would even say by the time you guys get back, there's a decent crowd outside of the inn.
Tiku's gonna be like cuddling with her orb, like around, like dragon style around it.
Okay.
So I cast lightning bolt on all of the survivors.
All right, everybody.
I mean, I would also, being I'm carrying Tiku, I would put my cloak of
It's like, oh, that's too
spell
much. Let's
resist
just
over
flip.
Tiku to like, so she can't be seen. Like, obviously there's something on my shoulder, but
So you're effectively, Tiku being a little bit sadder, you're effectively covering her.
Yeah.
Razu's got to keep up that image.
Tika was just gonna stay in her room, but
No,
Yeah,
he
but
was
I'm
saying when you
there's
walk,
a crowd.
when you're getting back
So
to
I
the
put
okay,
my spell
Got it.
mantle cloak over you so that equivalently you can't
they
see.
can't be seen. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you guys enter in, and then going into
There
the.
should be rumors as to whom Razu is escorting
Yeah,
secretly into his room.
I would definitely say there's murmurs almost immediately. Some people kind of like very clearly people are looking. Some people seem to realize it and then just almost seemingly kind of play it off. But over the next like hour leading into your interviews, you realize that based on your initial greeting into Zinderhold, didn't quite know what your reputation was, what kind of reputation you guys had. But apparently it's not one that's terribly bad, as by the time the interviews are scheduled to start, you open up the door and there's a good 6 people outside. Each of which
This was
seemingly
not my fault.
adorned with
Probably my fault. I did set this up.
seemingly adorned with all sorts of different. Some seem to have magical gear. Some seem to be a little bit less equipped. Some actually seem to be just there as almost like a spectacle, a viewing event, as it is. As you're coming into the actual interview times, Volith is actually the first one to actually enter the Bloody Chalice. And as he enters the door, he kind of like pushes it open, shuts
Who's
behind
that?
him. Volith is your guys' sponsor for your seat.
Oh, right.
Is-
I honestly thought you said Maulus.
no. VALIH or IATH. Valath, if it makes it easier for you to differentiate. As he enters, he kind of like shutting the door behind him, looks at each of you, and he goes, "Well, I did not quite expect that many people to show up. I was also kind of surprised to hear you're recruiting someone new already. But I guess you all remember down. As I am the sponsor here, I figured I'd simply facilitate it. How do you want to conduct these? Should I simply bring one in at a time, or I guess what are your...
I walk outside. How many of you are here because of me, Gurgle? And how many of you are here because of Razu by show of hands? We'll do Gurgle first.
You get a good 3 dozen hands.
And how many for Razu?
About 2 dozen.
All right, everybody that voted for Razu, you can leave. No.
And how many are you here for just glory and money?
You get like
One
the
hand.
last. You get the last dozen. There's still a few that are definitely there. The rest that have not raised their hands are most of the people that raise their hands for one of those 3 almost seem equipped for combat. But the majority that haven't raised their hands to any of those are more so what you would appear to be spectators, effectively. But there's a good mix.
Turn to the guy. So how would you suggest to go through this?
Free for all. Last one standing wins.
Whoa. That's kind of...
Well,
That is already suitable for the town.
as I assumed that seems correctly, you didn't have much of a plan for how you were doing this. As that help wanted poster was, no offense, Razu, that was pretty awful. There's a better way to go about recruiting. There is, think of it as almost like a guild, a bounty hunting guild. You can simply go and you can ask the top members that are seemingly or usually single members or individual contributors. They're typically the best to recruit. The way you did this, I already went through and did a little bit of research. A good 50 of them are not worth your time. Let's put it that way.
Too bad Kelmia's not here. She'd be like, survive one of my punches.
I would actually say.
really make a team.
Okay, so real quick, what are we looking for? Like, what do we want?
I do need to know that, and then I can filter, and I'll bring them in to meet with you.
I
and then you
mean,
can make
I just like cool people. I don't really care if they're like...
doing magic?
I think strength at minimum. And which I obviously
mean, we
assume everyone is thinking, but
Okay, you mean strength as in like muscles or?
no, strength of character.
Oh,
Someone who isn't going to perish on the battlefield.
I mean,
Like, are we
I don't know
talking
if strength of
party
character
comp?
really relates to
or is
I
that
think
just
that's
having
his
a high
flat strength.
con?
Yeah, I think that's his flat strength.
That is definitely strength
He's
of
like,
character.
I want you to have a 22 con score. That's what I want.
I'm like,
Kogal definitely has strength of character.
All right. I mean,
Jasmine's
obviously we're
note
looking for
is
that.
someone willing to go on random adventures.
I mean, that is true.
Well, I'm talking about something more physical. So we're looking for caster probably.
strength, sneaky.
A healer,
Strength.
someone that can res, hopefully.
Caster and healer.
If I'm gonna pitch in
Pretty
here.
much the only thing we're
someone
missing is a
easy to
good healer.
draw.
So it needs to have sun magic. So no straight up, non-magic users.
How many would you say
I
are
think we
kind
have
of
the
not worth the
non-magic
time?
sides covered.
I also think
And when you
Yes,
say
that's-
not worth
that's
the
what I'm
time, you
saying.
mean
Like,
We can do one at a time.
that's one way we can filter them out is anyone that's just pure
A potent
physical combat.
spellcaster.
you mean when you say not worth your time, you mean like they're chickens and they're just here because they think that we'll carry them to a paycheck?
Chickens is not the word I would use, but not quite up to your standard.
well,
Fodder, even.
if this also would narrow it down.
Who's the hardest to hit on our party?
I got it. I know how to narrow this down. I walk outside and then I just start meditating for a little bit to activate my fire.
Oh, good lord.
Okay, question. Who's got the highest armor class in our group?
I believe that would be either Tiku or Razu.
Probably me.
Before I
No,
walk
'cause
out.
you have half plate. It's either.
Oh, yeah, you
it's
gotta
just
go
Tiku. The answer is Tiku.
Me, 21.
How much do I need to roll to activate this? 15 or higher?
We can make the challenge whoever can hit Tiku.
Tiku
I
is
think
passed
Tiku
out
is-
drunk
I was
in
gonna
her
say like so
room.
like they have to sneak into her room and smack her.
Okay, who's our next
The
then?
person who walks out lives through that.
Probably you.
I'm missing an arm.
He is missing an arm.
I can't
Oh,
put
that
on,
does reduce your dex by 1. but
and I
still-
can't put on a shield.
I would actually walk out.
Please don't talk over people.
Sorry.
I would be incredibly hard to hit if I could hold a shield and cast shield.
Honestly, I think the best thing to do
I
is
guess
to
I could put my emblem on my
just
shield.
have people come in and
I
talk
can
to
do
them.
this.
You got Warcaster?
I would do this.
I would also
Yeah, I do.
just do this to
Okay.
clear off the week of heart. I would just walk out and make a intimidation check.
Just scare
What
off.
are you gonna do?
Ooh, just scare off what you can.
I just
yeah.
walk out.
He just flops off his feathers.
I would have my scythe. I would have my scythe like this, and I just set it down quite loudly.
If I find you're below the bar, I'm gonna kill you.
I want to know. I want to know what you actually say.
I'm actually trying to help him. I was just saying, Malrith, when he sets the blade down, breathe fire over the lot of them.
I would.
Okay.
Thaumaturgy.
Whoa, we're doing the intimidation here.
Yeah, just help out.
We are going to climb to the top. If you're not cut out for it, leave.
Okay. Go to make an intimidation check. You are going to definitely get advantage between
baby.
between Malrith and your voice now being booming.
Okay, but hold on. I do have a question. This now depends on the roll of a dice, which my characters may normally just not be intimidated and want to get to the top, but roll a 1.
No, so
I would say if you have
welcome to
Your
we're still playing a
characters-
game. Your characters
all
still
your
pass.
characters will pass.
They're all committed to this. That said, I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna roll a percentage based on. Well, actually, I first need to know before I'm gonna determine how many.
We don't want to do a bunch
I'll
of
get
fake
into it,
interviews.
so might as well.
This is gonna be a
Can we
very
just
high
start getting into the
intimidation check.
interviews? I haven't played in hours.
We're trying.
Darn.
We're trying to skip it.
There's 7 people that remain.
It's 5 plus 2.
As Razu goes out, they the grand majority of them, like a few of them, are like. And then as the fire breath goes over them, and they kind of all start to look at each other, and a few of them are like, do it. And then a couple of them are like, nah. And then almost like in reaction to the first person giving, it's like just a collapse of the crowd as it splits from the bloody chalice, leaving 7 individuals left.
I would just walk back inside, sit down on the table.
That should narrow it down.
Well, I suppose I will. I'll simply bring them in.
And at this point, he's just going to call out to the individuals, pick one. Because he's literally not even going to call you by name.
Please do like an announcement,
he's
like
literally pointing to the different
entering.
individuals.
All right.
As you walk up,
And down in the left side of the ring at 350 pounds.
no, not to that, but Valeth, as your first, he says,
All right, first off, who are you? Introduce yourself.
A tall, slender individual with very matted and messy hair, dirty, ragged clothing, carrying a doll.
That's not ominous at all.
Creepy.
I am Quintilis Amenides. I don't really care about climbing to the top.
And why are you here?
I'm looking for someone that you may also be looking for and may have had come in contact with. I'm getting to that. Shut up.
Cast detect magic.
let me real quick and pull it up.
I realize this is something I should have done.
He's like, who's he talking to? Nobody else is supposed to be crazy and talking to people like me.
The doll would give off a faint magical aura, if I recall correctly. However, whoever he just looked towards, there's no magic there.
Okay. It's a 30-foot sphere. So.
Yep.
You smell like him. You.
Who are you looking for?
He goes by many names, but you smell like rickshaw.
Oh,
So this smells like rickshaw?
my.
Oh, he must be smelling this.
Oh,
So
the staff.
You do know him.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
he's
I
dead.
told you. I
he's-
told you.
He's dead now. I put the staff away.
No, he's not dead. He's not dead.
Okay, that version of him is dead. That personality, whatever. It's complicated.
Yes, I'm trying to find Midas.
Who?
Midas.
Midas.
It's like Golden Midas is Dutch.
Midas Amenides. He's my brother.
He also does he look like you?
Does he?
No, not anymore. No.
Does he also do the whole?
Okay, hang on. Okay, we're getting off track. Sorry. Well, what can you do? Well, how do you fight?
You want me to tell him? I can't tell you.
Can you tell me
No.
It's
why?
It's a secret.
Well, we would be seeing you fight in almost a day's time, it seems.
Then you'll know then.
Are we really wasting our time on this, man?
I you know what? You just don't quite seem to be the type of person we're looking for.
I'm not weak. I'm not weak.
It's just, it's really we're just a little different than you are.
it's not you, it's us.
So we're going in a different direction.
We'll have our people contact your people.
I don't have any people anymore because of Midas.
I mean, we seem to be talking to people, so we'll let them know to get hold of you.
You can see him.
Sure. All right, next.
At this point, Vala takes it and he says, "You don't need to leave right away. They need to make a decision. They scared the rest away. So you're welcome to wait for a moment." And he's going to call in the next...
We might get back to you.
Imagine
Well, think
all
about
the
it.
others are worse than you.
We might get back to both of you.
Oh God.
All of them? What's the proper terminology there?
They or them, probably.
What's your pronouns?
Me, him, and the other.
Okay, so Quintilis is, at least for the time, he's escorted out, and Valith calls in the next individual.
I feel like we have to interview all 7 of them, even if we like one.
This individual walks in wearing breastplate. He has a dragon shield and a hammer that seems to be sparking with little tracks of lightning, little arcs of lightning up and down it. He has a large belt, girdle-like belt, and ornate gauntlets. He has long blonde hair, piercing blue eyes.
What species?
Oh, he's hot.
Human. with a very long, strong jaw.
He's your classic
with
Prince
a
Hottie, or like
long
Paladin
braided
Hottie.
beard.
Distinguished.
What, is this your long lost brother, Zephyr?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, we got like a Thor vibe going on.
Confirmed, Gurgle thinks Zephyr's hot.
Hello.
Wait, I never
My
said
name
that.
is Augustus Einemann.
And what are your capabilities, Augustus?
Oh, I do a great deal many things. I like to write poetry.
Are you a bard?
No, but I have great respect for the arts.
Okay.
How do you fight in an arena?
How do I fight? I like to crush my enemies, scatter them before me, and to hear the lamentation of the women.
Do you have magic?
To the lamentation of the women.
Have we looked at his hammer?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
May you show us a spell?
Are you a paladin?
You want to see a spell?
I
Yeah,
do.
on him.
I will show you a magic trick. What would you like to see?
Are you capable of healing magic?
Oh, yeah, I am. Are you hurt?
Sure.
Tell me where they hurt you.
I actually would just pull out my scythe and cut myself.
Cutting is never the answer.
Heal Murazu.
I will cast Cure Wounds level 1.
I would have taken.
I like this guy. He's got a lightning hammer.
So-
Reminds me of Zephyr.
So you look like a paladin.
Oh, yeah. Sure am.
Which god do you serve?
Talos.
See, I'm telling you, it's meant to be.
Zephyr
Wait a second, this is perfect. He's your brother. I'm telling you.
He's my favorite of all the ones that he created, except like this one's my favorite.
I haven't ruled him out yet. It's just
It didn't instantly cast Fireball. Zephyr is getting the character development.
Listen, I don't know if you know this, but he is the champion of Talos right now.
don't tell people that. It's just
Do you like
Are you really? You're the champion. You?
Who is the champion?
Him.
Him. Yeah.
He doesn't have an arm.
Yeah, because he's cut it off.
He got it off. That one?
That
Him.
one. Yeah.
That one.
That one.
I can beat that one.
Yeah, he cut it off.
Do you like sassy women?
Oh, I like all types of women. Tall women, short women, skinny women. Oh, big women. Maybe not so much the skinny women.
what about
kinda
scary
break.
women?
What?
What about skelly women?
Scary women? Yeah,
No,
scary women.
Skelly.
Skelly. He means like skeletons.
scaly. Oh, you know, I'm down for the kinky, yeah.
What?
All right, we like him. We
make
still
it
want to
Oh,
interview.
just let you remember my name, Augustus Einemann.
I'm actually. You're the first one. I'm gonna write down your name. We gotta finish the other interviews, but like, hold that thought.
And okay, hang on. Before we let you go, what brought you here? Like, why
What-
do you want to join?
Glory. You know, for the glory of Talos.
Like,
And also to, like, I'm not down. You know, I'll smite a bitch.
Did Talos send you here, by the way?
Oh no, he doesn't really talk to me to give me power. I just throw it around.
You're a moocher. Okay, got it.
Oh, hold on there, Mr. One-Arm Champion. Would you like to arm wrestle? I'll do it with one arm tied behind my back.
You would win very easily, so I'm not going to try.
As soon as you say that, Zephyr, you hear I remember that one. Oh, he was potential? Interesting.
Who the fuck is right? I didn't hear
That's
that.
it.
Though.
No,
I know.
just Zephyr.
I was like,
I thought that was our fucking dude. I was like,
No. That was in Zephyr's head.
if we don't pick him, we may need to kill him before he leaves. Just saying. Okay.
Did you say that with him in the room, or did you until you walked away?
No, it's like as he gets pushed off. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't say that with him in the room.
Yeah.
So
All of a sudden, he has some kind of like supersonic hearing ability.
what you say? Okay, so Valeth escorts Augustus out, and he calls the next.
Zephyr kind of says that jokingly, but with a little tone of seriousness in there.
A short-haired silver mackerel cat
I thought you were playing a fish for a moment.
jumps up onto the table.
I'm sorry, an actual cat?
Yeah,
Like a small one?
What?
a medium-sized cat.
A meat?
No, I think
5 foot tall cat?
No. Medium-sized is like a medium-sized cat, like cat.
Yes,
like a real cat.
Technically, be tiny in terms of D&D.
Whose cat is this?
Meow?
Wait, this isn't.
The cat will reply, going, "I'm Sarah's cat."
You the fucking what?
Sarah. Who's? Why are you talking?
Well, that's a long story, but I'm Sarah's cat. She's my human.
Sarah?
Who's Sarah.
My human.
Okay, but like, who is your human?
Sarah.
This isn't getting anywhere, ever.
Is he? I'm sorry. Is he daft?
He is missing an arm.
I know.
Hey,
not very
Gurgle,
com-
you have detect thoughts, don't you?
Do we really need that right now?
I just feel like we might. Just have it ready, just in case.
keep getting stranger and stranger.
Okay, so why are you here, Kitty?
I'm trying to get back to my human.
Where was the last time you saw her?
The farm.
Which farm? There's a lot of farms
Sarah's
in the world.
farm.
Where did
Right,
would that
but
be?
It's hard to say. It was before my awakening.
before your awakening. You
Did
mean before
you-
you could talk?
Yeah.
Did you apply to this party?
There was no application process. You just stood in line.
Yes.
Not gonna lie, I cut.
Why are you here?
Well, because I kind of need a job. And
Okay.
you guys might be able to help me if I help you.
What can you do?
Oh, I'm a cleric.
You're a spellcaster.
Yes.
And
Were you
I'm gonna
turned
need some
into a cat?
proof.
wait.
I come up and I rub against you. And cast aid.
Shit.
Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
Ah,
That is what you just heard. He did in fact purr.
and you said your name was Yumi? Sorry.
Oh, no, Sarah called me Mittens.
Okay. Were you a cat your whole life?
Yes.
Was Sarah
What
a
the
human or a frog
She's human.
or like a bird like him?
No, like human.
How old is she?
Am I detecting
I
magic
don't know.
from
Oh,
this
yeah,
cat?
he is glowing.
He does seem to have magical equipment on.
Okay, I cast identify. I gotta know.
You can't touch him. He doesn't let you touch him. I'm a cat.
I'm a cat.
I really need to see what's going on here.
I told you what's going. Okay, so, before my awakening, there was a guy who was a spellcaster, and he stole me from Sarah. He wanted to make me his familiar. He cast all these weird spells and rituals on me. And the amount of magic, I guess, awakened my consciousness.
I have a question. You know what a god is, right?
A guard?
A god.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is Sarah a god?
No.
Just a human.
She's my human.
Where do you get your powers from?
The Wild Mother.
And she's your human.
The Wild Mother?
No, you're Sarah.
Yeah.
And you're not her cat?
I am her cat.
So it goes both ways.
Yeah. Let me tell you about the cat distribution system. It's quite ingenious, the Wild Mother created.
So what happened? What happened to Sarah?
Oh, she's presumably still on the farm. I'm trying to get back to her.
So, are you the owner? Or is she the owner?
Okay, this is going to take a long time to explain to you, maybe. I don't think it's part of the interview process. I don't think it's really pertinent about the...
Well, I'm sold.
the human-cat relationship. It is sort of like pact magic.
Okay.
And how long do you plan on staying with the party?
Well, that is up for negotiation. See, I would like to help you all in your quests, and in return, I would like you to help me return to Sarah.
So you want to help us fight Kogal for us to take you to your owner?
Yeah.
You are aware of who Kogal is, correct?
Yes.
No, he'll probably kill us, right?
Yeah, I'll probably kill you.
Because you think
She's
you
a
can
cleric.
outrun
She's a cat.
Kogal.
She has 9 lives.
I'm a he.
Oh, he has 9 lives.
I think he literally has 9 lives, actually.
How many lives are you on?
On 9.
Oh, perfect. So he's got all 9 of them.
Okay,
I suppose that
Cleric
works.
with 9 lives, like,
we...
can't get better than that.
I mean, that is pretty convenient.
I have no idea how he cast that spell, but he's capable of doing it.
He
at
just
least.
rubbed his butt on you to do that.
It's technically the side of his face.
I mean, so there's actually there's a lot of scientific
I'm gonna
research.
try and persuade with my cat cuteness.
Just big eyes. Freaking just like Puss in Boots.
Y'all haters.
That one?
No, it was a 5. But with +6, so 11.
It's a cat. It's a cat that can cast magic.
So
Do you ride on a flying magical book?
What?
Sorry.
he's off in another universe. Yeah, I mean, like,
I mean, sounds great. Seems credentials are fantastic.
Yeah, credentials are great.
We'll just stand over there for a bit, and we'll check out the others and get back to you in a moment.
Yeah, we just got finished
So go
interviewing
ahead
the
and
others.
as I'm walking by, is there anything on the table?
There's food. There's
knock it
food.
over.
One of the drinks is spilled onto the floor. The cat
You know
literally
that loses
jumps up
your
on the
marks.
table to knock a drink off, to then jump down
he
and walk
said
out.
he already jumped on the table.
Yeah.
Oh no,
jumped
you're
on
right.
the table.
You're right. Okay, never mind. So he had jumped on the table and was chilling there for a bit, and has now knocked one of your.
You're lucky our resident food person isn't here. Otherwise, she would be very displeased with that.
That said,
that's-
Cram does immediately come and start to clean up.
That's actually a thing. We might. I don't know about the cat. Tiku might eat it.
Okay, so
Just imagine.
Valve again
Just imagine Tiku
escorts-
chasing the cat around the camp when we're camping for the night, and she's chasing it, trying to catch it so she can put it
in a pot.
So she can put it in the pot.
Okay, so Valith calls the next applicant.
The high collared cloak. This halfling with dark black hair, pale skin, walks in. Black eyeliner.
Oh, he's a vampire for sure.
Or it's just emo.
Greetings.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's definitely a vampire.
Greetings. My name is These Nuffler.
I thought I was going to say it for a moment. I thought I was going to say it. I was like, no way. No way he's doing this.
And what can you do?
I am a very talented healer.
In what way?
Let me touch you. You will see.
I'm not cutting myself this time.
Do you have claws?
Finger of death.
I'd actually live through that.
I will go ahead. I will cast false life on myself. You'll see.
I mean, cast a spell on yourself.
Yes.
Can you do anything that would help the party?
Or I will cast guidance.
So, where do you get your powers from?
My powers come from within.
Could you
So-
clarify that?
So like a warlock?
No.
It's a sorcerer. Lineage?
Yes. As he say, a sorcerer.
Wild magic surge?
I am a favored soul. The gods, they bless me.
And like, what god in specific has blessed you?
Hard to say.
You're uncertain? Or you don't want to say?
No, I am. It seems to come from multiple gods.
So name them.
I do not know.
So you don't know, as I stated before, and you could have saved all of our time.
It's like I do and I don't. It's more the feeling than it is word.
Razu, can you just bleed a little bit?
Why?
There we go.
Just see how he reacts.
Oh my god. I'll just cut the top of my arm, apparently. And I'll just splat it a little bit on the table.
Oh, you made mess.
I insight check to see if he looks hungry.
I will cast Cure Wounds, level 1. And then I will
That's
cast
not very good. That's a 4.
Prestidigitation to clean up the mess. There you go. See?
As a 4, so
He cleaned up the mess.
He's a vampire.
He's
straight up.
I am not a vampire. Why would you say these disgusting things about me?
Y'all gets up.
no, vampires can be
There is
fine.
what? What? No.
Anyways, what's wrong with vampires?
Oh, they are a front to life.
Yeah, you don't want to know about our teammate.
I mean, we have.
If you have a problem with that,
we have a
you
kobold that
definitely
eat
don't want to
people.
know about him.
Why? Is he undead? I will turn you to dust.
He's not undead.
Oh, well, then
As
nothing
you
to
can see,
worry
he's
about.
bleeding right now.
I do say, I think I can be of great value to this group.
In what way?
Yeah, in my ability to heal, I am a great healer.
I
And I clean up your mess.
And you find yourself capable of taking on Kogal.
I would feel like that would be a group fight.
and
Yes.
Well, then I would have to trust in you. And as seen you fight before, you could use healer. The last one you had, not so great. Not trying to be smirched to death.
But he sucked.
Well,
Our best one was killed a long time ago, and it's hard to match up to him. So
Oh, it is always hard to lose good friend.
yeah, especially when your tank
Shut the fuck up.
walks
we,
away
we,
from
we don't
him
we don't need to bring that.
and lets him die. Lets him die.
We
So
appreciate-
what? Hang on. What do you want out of this arrangement?
What do I want out of this arrangement? I want good friends. I want to help people, and I want to help the world. And I hear the Cubix Ascenders wants to do that.
And drink the blood.
I mean,
No, that's disgusting.
Isn't-
Why would you say that?
his motivations check out. I like
Yeah.
him.
I mean, yeah. Go stand over there. Next.
I will stand over there.
As he exits as well.
It was like an interview. It was like, oh, that's pretty solid.
I thought
And
this
then he
was,
just flops
I
on
thought
his
this was
face.
gonna,
Like,
I thought this was gonna be pretty clear cut, but I kind of like a couple of these guys.
Okay, so Valeth again calls the next one.
You really want
this is the last
these
one you-
snuffles?
I mean, listen, when he first walked in, I was a little iffy, but he kind of grew on me in a very short
This is number
time.
5, there's 7 people.
I actually have exactly 8.
You're gonna have to pick one that got scared away.
Okay. A very handsome and dashing Harrigan comes in.
Zephyr's brother 2.0.
Oh no!
Hello, my name is Ted Bunny.
Oh no!
Ted Bundy.
Oh man!
I am a spellcaster. I can talk my way out of anything. I'm a master negotiator, expert diplomat.
Did you talk your way out of doing some unsavory things to some unfortunate kids?
Okay, I don't know what you heard, but that is a lie.
Inside check.
Go for it. It's the one and only joke you gotta make for that.
That is 13.
13
You're definitely hiding something.
doesn't check out.
so what can you do?
Magic.
Could you
What
show us
kind
a
of
spell?
magic? Let's see your most powerful spell.
Not one that is destructive, obviously.
Most powerful non-destructive spell.
That is what he's asking for.
I cast major image
Of
Was it?
me, just a sort of.
beautiful.
Just a bigger
He's
him.
also a narcissist.
Narcissism in and of itself is not bad. It shows you
So,
take pride
was
in
there-
yourself.
Oh no, I'm a sorcerer. My power comes from within.
Why do you want to join us?
And you hear a voice in your head. And so, I also can speak telepathically.
Well, why do you want to join
Try
us?
thinking. Can hear my words.
Yes. Actually, no, but that's usually the first thing people think about.
I was gonna say, you said yes, and I was like, that's not how that works.
You need to be able to detect thoughts to do that.
Imagine you pull up Tech Thoughts just to pull that joke off.
Why do you want to join us?
Well, for the glory of it all, go ahead and make a insight check on that.
13.
22.
You know I'm lying.
And what can we provide you from you joining us?
Oh, I mean, it's always, good to be in a group, just to travel around, get out, see the world.
Have you been part of a group?
No.
We're not asking you
Citing that.
to join us out of frivolity.
11.
We're trying to
He doesn't know.
take on Kogal.
Oh, as a group, I feel like I would be a great benefit. I could help you. I know a thing or two about taking people down a peg or two.
We will get back to you if you would go stand over there, please.
I look at
Before I look at the next person, like, I don't trust that guy.
So we might need to have the men.
I mean, I think
Escorted
most of
to
everybody
the-
would for the most part trust him. I look at
Just because you don't pass the insight check doesn't mean that you don't still just be like,
The whole
I don't know if
point
he's lying, but
of rolling the insight check is you don't trust him.
yeah, like, so just because you failed an insight check, it doesn't suddenly mean that they're like, oh no, I believe him. It's, you still have your airy feeling. It's just like, that doesn't seem like a lie.
Like something just seemed off. I don't know what it was. It just seemed off.
Like, you were like, Gurgle would be like, oh, that dude's a liar. Zephyr is just like, that man is just
Off.
You can't
Put my finger
no,
on it.
I look to the sponsor and I'm like, you might want to have something to tell that guy later.
Do you know what city that we are in?
Yeah, but I think he's particularly worth tailing. And I don't mean like.
You are aware my interests lie with your group currently. I don't.
No, I don't mean in an interest kind of way. I mean like maybe like.
Wait, here's some money. Go pay someone to tell him.
Done.
Maybe like.
How much did you give him?
Maybe like report him to the authorities kind of.
See here.
Darno authorities
This level.
Oh well, then I guess this is the perfect place for him to be.
Give him like 3 plat?
Okay. You give him 3 plat, and as he looks at it, he's like, Do you want me to report what happens?
Yes.
All right. He's gonna hire someone to follow. Ted Bunny.
Okay,
2 more. He
we
calls
gotta
him the
check-
next
we gotta
one.
check down this guy later.
No, that was number 5.
Walks in is an elf. He is wearing chainmail.
6.
No, you're right. There's one more.
Oh, do you just want me to do the one more?
That's 7, right? Because that was 6.
Okay, then we're not going to do the elf. I'll do the other one I kind of want to play.
Okay, so yeah, you got 1 left.
A dashing looking human. He is wearing.
It might just be 5.
I thought it was. I'm looking right now.
He's wearing chainmail. He has a rather ornate shield and a pretty impressive looking crossbow with that looks like it has dragon wings as the bow. Walks in with charming smiles. Well, thank you for meeting with me. My name is Clay Beekman. I'm here. I offer my services to you.
What can you do in combat?
What can't I do in combat is more appropriate.
Can you cast spells?
I can cast spells. And I can smite. Though I'd rather not because I have a pretty impressive crossbow, which I can also use. Ranged, melee, and spell casting.
What? I feel like I'm a car salesman right now.
What do you stand to benefit by joining us?
Door-to-door salesman. That's what it is. It's door-to-door
here's
salesman.
the thing about that, Razu.
He knows your name.
Everyone knows his name.
Or an infomercial or
Well, you were one of the ones that raised your hand when I said you're here for Razu, aren't you?
No. I actually came because of you, Gurgle.
Oh, okay.
I know a thing or two about advertising. Razu has a little bit to learn. Not a bad thing. It is always good to improve oneself. In fact, that's why I'm here. So I am what you would like to call an entrepreneur. I have started up many businesses.
It's like a ShamWow commercial right now.
Many businesses. And I've decided, you know what? You know what sounds fun? Probably adventuring. And I saw you guys. I saw you take on insurmountable odds in that arena. And you showed grit and determination. I was like, you know what? I want to be with those guys. They can show me what it's like to be a hero.
Why do I feel like I'm being interviewed?
Well, I'm sold.
No, okay, can we at least get a demonstration?
Sure thing. I whip around my crossbow. And I'm like, someone put an apple on your head.
I put something on Razu's head.
Roll I'm gonna give this a DC, or you have to roll a 12 to actually. Less than 12, you hit Razu.
I hit Rasu.
He puts an apple in it, Razu. You almost like he's actually.
What'd you roll anyways?
You rolled a 3.
Oh.
I would miss on anything. If it was a 5 or higher, I would hit that apple.
So how this is gonna play out is you're actually a fairly good shot. Like, you probably would have actually hit the apple, as your skill would determine. However, when Gurgle puts the apple on his head, you shoot a little bit too fast, and Razu's just like, what? And he looks up as it just like right through the top of his forehead.
Now you just have this line of missing feathers.
Let's see the healing.
All right, so it was 9 plus 3, so 12
You'll fit
piercing
right in, guys.
and
Y'all
2
do
lightning damage.
damage to our own teammates.
As it's less of a chip and more of like a hits and takes his head back. As it takes a chunk.
Oh my! I am so sorry. Hold on, and I go ahead and I cast Cure Wound on him.
So where do you get your powers from?
Okay, so he's hired.
No, Gargoyle.
How much did you heal Razu for first?
Level 3 Cure Wounds.
I was kind of sold on Augustus, but I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, I guess I only have
This is the best interview so far.
for 12 plus 5, 17 points of healing.
Okay.
Does it heal up?
Yes.
As it heals up, I go, Clay Beekman.
So where do you get your powers from?
Where do you get your last name?
Oh, Killamvor. What? It's a family name, surname, Beekman. I do think there was maybe an Aarakocra or a Kinku in the family way, way back.
Long since diluted out.
Well, anyone else have any questions for him?
Can you play my song?
Well, actually, I pull out a harp.
He already knows the song by his heart.
Already memorized it.
Performance check. This is going to be fairly hard because he only started doing this recently. So I'm going to put this at a 16.
Jesus.
12 or above, you're going to have the tune. It's just not going to be perfected. 16 is like perfect rendition.
I got an 11.
Oh,
My
so
dice
close.
are not doing so good. Sorry, I just learned it. It's
Poor
not.
man is nervous.
So no, it very much so. It comes off as like someone who does know it, and it is a little bit nervous. Maybe just because you shot Razu in the face. He's got it. It's just a little bit off.
And when I finish it, I go, Clay Beekman.
All
Get
right.
that personal credit.
I'm still a little impressed that you picked it up so fast. So there's still a good chance. There's a good chance.
That means
okay?
a lot to me coming from you.
There's a good chance.
Can I insight his infomercial? Is he really here just to hang out, basically?
So you would effectively be inciting when he said that. Yeah, you can. 19.
Kind of reflecting on the words.
Kind of here for the glory. Almost as though I took an oath of it.
Okay.
Oh no.
With that, he's thrown out. So I was right. I even went into double check. You do have one more. So you'd have one more to pick from, as Valeth calls in the final interviewee.
All right. Just remember, guys, I'm here for you.
As he walks out.
Clay Beekman, turning it law.
Just remember, Clay Beekman.
I was a lawyer in Zabrkar before this.
I've been following you guys for a while now.
If you've hit injuries and are owed damages, remember my name, Clay Beekman.
Injured? Good.
Okay, final applicant is called in.
You have a elf comes in wearing chainmail, shield, and a mace. I'm Hacksaw Henry. Hacksaw Henry's here to heal you.
They're all healers.
You guys put in your ad.
Well, we're just looking for people. But yeah.
No, Razu actually put in the request that he wanted a healer.
actually put in healer. But
I saw your ad.
This just pulls up a horribly written.
Sorry. Hacksaw Henry saw your ad. And Hacksaw Henry has answered.
What does Hacksaw Henry
Hacksaw Henry
do?
will heal his allies,
But
bolster their strength.
can you show us a demonstration?
Yeah. Enhance ability.
I like that.
Oh yeah! Crush your enemies with the power of Hacksaw Henry.
I don't know if I like that.
Why do you call yourself Hacksaw Henry?
Like, that's Hacksaw Henry's name.
Like, giving at birth?
Hacksaw Henry was never born, he was made.
sculpted in the
It
fires.
appears that we have another genetically superior specimen.
I don't know about that.
Sculpted in
So
the fires
why
of
do you want to join
creation.
our party?
Hacksaw Henry wants to do two things in life: chew bubblegum and heal heroes, and he's all out of bubblegum.
Just Duke Nukem.
And what can we do for you if you
Take some more,
Get hurt!
take some more Hulk
Feel
Hogan.
the pain so Hacksaw Henry can come in and save the day. Hacksaw Henry. Oh yeah!
Do you know what the term WWE means?
And that's your one.
Ooh yeah.
He's not wrong.
Well,
I believe we have come to a decision.
sorry, I lost my voice there for a
You
second.
can join the others outside and
If
we will
you
discuss.
have silence cast on you, I can dispel it.
Convenient.
That's incredible, Hacksaw. You are truly a talent of the
Hacksaw Henry is here to
an
serve you.
incredible, masterful
Can you go
talent.
serve us in
Honestly,
there for
you
just a
might
few
just
Hacksaw Henry will do that.
you might just be the greatest applicant we've had. Maybe, just maybe, might be the best applicant we've had.
I'm
And with that-
starting to think Razu got the most
No,
strange.
the best applicant ever.
At this point,
Okay, so now that
Valak
we've
kind
narrowed
of shuts
this
the door
down
behind
to
him. And he says, "Well, that's what you get when you simply put up posters."
okay, so now that we've narrowed this down to Clay Beekman, Mittens, and Augustus, which one do we want?
I don't know, guys. The last guy was pretty enticing.
I mean, I
joking.
like it enhanced weapon thing, but
I'm just gonna
So-
silently cast Mage Hand and have it like cover Zephyr's mouth so he can't talk.
Cast silence on Gurgle.
Hacksaw Henry just outside the wall just slams the door open, dispels
Henry
it.
will dispel that.
I point at me.
It's funny. Your actual invisible mage hand. I know where it is because I have detect magic rolling.
Oh, no.
That doesn't matter.
it's diplomatic.
He just
We're
sees the
making
little
decisions.
invisible hand.
Yeah, I can tell where the magic is, right? Like, attacking out's have disadvantage if I were trying to attack something like that. But
Okay.
not that I can't attack it.
So, as the party is coming to a decision on who they would like to bring into their group,
Can interview anyone?
that is where we are going to end for tonight. We will figure out who for sure will be joining the Cubix Ascenders, whether it be Hacksaw Henry or one of the others. For the
Clay
time
Beekman,
being,
remember the name.
for the time
honestly-
being, we appreciate anyone who stopped by. We love you, Jasmine. Thank you for always hanging out with us. You guys all have a great night. We'll be back next week. Bye-bye.